Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Can y'all hear me okay? Yes. I'd like to welcome you to the Town Board of Commissioners July 6, 2020 board meeting. We normally have public comment is available for the very beginning of the meeting. We did not have anyone sign up for public comment. For those of you who did sign up for specific public hearings, I'll call on you. You'll be recognized during that time, during the public hearing, for 3 minutes to speak on the particular agenda item. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, I'd like to welcome everyone here for the July 6, 2020 Board of Commissioners meeting. At this time, Joe will call the meeting to order and ask you to please rise for the invocation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let us pray. Father God, you know everything that's going on in our country right now. Lord, you know our hearts. Father, we pray that you would work to bring healing to our country, both physically and mentally. And Father, that you would see us through these times. We give you praise for what is ahead, and we give you thanks that we can grow from what we're going through right now. We pray that you would help us all to exhibit wisdom tonight, and that what is said and done will be pleasing to you. In Christ's name we pray.
Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic which stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Commissioners, we have a young man that I'd like to recognize who has served on the Mooresville Youth Council for a number of years. The Youth Council is something that's going on in Mooresville for decades, and the students that participate are either from Mooresville High School, Lake Norman High School, Pine Lake Prep, or South Howard Elementary. And we've had a really good program and continues to grow. And there's this one individual, his name is Nick Oberlin. Nick, are you in the audience? Nick, could you come forward? I appreciate the mask. I'm going to say 6 feet, but if you could just stand right here. Because I want to make sure we catch you on the camera as well, because we are live streaming. So it is my great pleasure to present the Mooresville Youth Council Service Award to Nick Oberlin. Nick has served on the Youth Council for the past 4 years, this year as president. You could count on Nick to be president and engage in any activity the Youth Council participated in, from roadside cleanups to volunteering at town events, assisting at the Mooresville Museum, and helping out with the newly formed robotics team, Voltage. Over the past 4 years, Nick has been a great youth ambassador of the town, and I'm sure, but I'm quite certain he will continue to provide leadership and be a model resident in years to come. And Nick, we wanted to present this award to you. In fact, it's the first time I think we've ever presented an award like this to the Youth Council, and it says, Mooresville Youth Council Service Award presented to Nick Oberlin for your commitment to the Mooresville community 2016 through 2020. Nick, congratulations and thank you for your service.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and the Board of Commissioners for presenting me with this award today. The Youth Council for me has been an outlet to let me provide for my community. That's been providing for me for about 15 years now. And it's really just been a great way to meet new people around town and give back to my community. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, at this time, I'm going to recognize Commissioner Thompson to read a proclamation.
Thank you, Mayor. Sarah Melton, come forward, please. I'm proud to read this because this is something I knew nothing about. So this is, and I've known this for here for a long time. This is all new to me, but I'm very proud to be standing here with you, Sarah. It's Orders of the Corpus Callosum Awareness Day. Whereas, disorders of the Corpus Callosum, which are DCC, are rare brain conditions in which people do not fully have functioning corpus callosum in the brain. And whereas the corpus callosum is the main connector in the brain that plays an important role in communication and development. And whereas it is important to recognize the individuals and families whose lives are affected and challenged by disorders of the corpus callosum. And whereas educating people about these diagnoses can help our community become more accepting and compassionate about these disabilities. And whereas we are proud of our residents who live with these conditions and work hard every day to overcome them. And whereas DCC Awareness Day will celebrate and encourage the residents who are living with the disorder of corpus callosum and illustrate to them our support and understanding. Now therefore be it resolved that the Mayor and Board of Commissioners of the Town of Mooresville do hereby proclaim Thursday, July the 2nd, 2020, is Disorders of the Corpus Callosum Awareness Day to all citizens and their families who deserve and need our support this 6th day of July, 2020.
I just want to thank the mayor and the commissioner for this proclamation. The organization has never had this happen, as far as we know, across the country. So this is one more step, and it's just great to be part, and thank you to my community as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Thompson. Commissioners, I'd like to direct your attention to adjustments to the agenda. We just did have one adjustment, which is the reading of a proclamation under 3B, which was added. If you take a look at your consent agenda, the consent item 5T is being added, and that is consider approving the reclassification of the detective position pay grade 353 to a sergeant and pay grade 355. In addition, consent item 5F is going to be removed. With those adjustments to the agenda, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda and the regular agenda as submitted.
So,
Commissioner West made the motion, and Commissioner Dingler made the second. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Commissioners, I'll direct your attention to agenda item 6A. And at this time, this is for appointments to boards and commissions. I'd like to recognize Mr. Bobby Compton.
Thank you, Mayor and Board. First, I want to thank our town clerk for putting this three-week binder together. We had a lot of applications for our boards and commissions. All the applications are in this book. And it helped Commissioner Houston, Commissioner Qualls, and I very much do a thorough examination of the appointments, of the applications, so we could pick the best possible candidates for this. And this is the most application I think we have ever seen for our boards and commissions. And I want to say this maybe has something to do with our Citizens Academy, perhaps. But I think that's something that Commissioner Qualls stated she would like to see on future applications. This is, if that's all right, is to put on there, have you attended a Citizens Academy, Police Academy, or Fire Academy? I think it's very important because those are very popular here in our town and what that does for our community. So now I'll just read the board and commission and then the appointments. For the ABC board, one appointment for 3-year terms, Mr. Robert Hammond. For beautification, a 1-year term, It will be all those applied, which is Barbara Pepper, Carrie Enders, Christina Hayes, Edward Price, Hannah Whitlow, Kara Irwin, Kathleen Rabideau, Mickey Hager, Patty Cotter, and Frank Cotter. By the way, the Cotters are very, very valuable here also because they go around and water all the plants downtown. And they go to all the parks and with the truck and do a lot of watering. And you won't believe how many parks this town has. He spends several hours a day volunteering to do that for us. So I appreciate that. Providing Protection Commission is 4 appointments for a 3-year term. John Costello, Warren Story, Elizabeth Wysack, and Jonathan Aldrich. Historical Preservation Commission, 3 appointments for 3-year terms. Andy Poor, Megan Black, William Avon, and Hannah Whitlow. The Planning Board, 4 appointments, 3-year terms. Mitch Abraham, Rosalind Campbell, Alan Johnson, and Kurt Hodgson. The Housing Authority, 1 appointment, 5-year term, Charles Hart. Parks and Recreation, 3 appointments, 3-year terms. Amy Lowe, Sandy Hanna, and Sarah Shepard. Travel and Tourism Authority, 2 appointments, 1 4-year term and 2 2-year terms. Mitch Abraham for a 2-year term, Ron Johnson for a 4-year term, and Grant Hutchison for a 2-year term. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Compton, for presenting that slate of candidates. Shall we open up for any conversation, Commissioners? Comments or questions? Hearing none, shall we entertain a motion?
May I make a motion to accept?
Commissioner Houston's made the motion to accept the slate of candidates as presented. Is there a second? Commissioner Qualls has made the second. Discussion on the motion. Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Commissioners, I'll direct your attention to agenda item 6B. And we'd like to recognize Tiffany Shelley, our Human Resource Director, to consider a contract with Kaleidoscope Group.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners. I'd like to take a few minutes to discuss the award contract for the Kaleidoscope Group to assist us in the implementation of our diversity, inclusion, belonging, and equity strategic plan. So first, I'd like to walk you through the process a little bit. And so we put out an RFP in April and collected those responses on May 19th. We collected 3 responses, and all responses were reviewed by the Diversity Advisory Committee. We then met as a committee and decided to conduct exploratory interviews with 2 of those 3 vendors. After those interviews, we then gathered and as a group and vetted our feedback on the selected vendor and decided to go through a reference checking process. Based on the information collected from the reference checking process, we decided to move forward with recommending the Kaleidoscope Group. So the first step for the Kaleidoscope Group will be to assess through talking to the committee and other key stakeholders, reviewing our policies and people practices, and reviewing our strategic plan, where we are as a town on our journey. We'll also be making any revisions or enhancements to our strategic plan as part of this process and determining a strategy we will employ to execute our plan. Once we've made any enhancements to our plan, the Kaleidoscope Group will guide us through developing our measurement scorecard. The scorecard will assist us in determining our progress on our stated goals. As an example, if we say that over the next 3 to 5 years, we wanted to increase diversity at the supervisor level or above by 40%, this scorecard will help us track our progress and see if we've met that goal within the time frame allotted. Of course, the exact quantitative goals and the methods of measurement will be determined with the expert opinion of the Kaleidoscope Group. In addition to that, some of our goals will also be qualitative and will be measured by opinion polls or surveys. Simultaneously, the group will provide coaching and development to our committee. All of those who are on our committee, which is currently comprised of 8 members, are there because they have a passion for making this an inclusive work environment, but it doesn't mean that we're all have had the same experience serving on these types of committees or doing this type of work. So the class work group will assist us in making sure that we're all well prepared to move into the next phase. In addition, they will guide us on answering a few questions in terms of the structure and size of the committee, as it relates to the overall population of employees. In addition to that, over the next 6 months forward, the class group will work with us to develop and implement an education roadmap. So we know that there will be some training and education that will be required across the board and will be the same or similar for everyone. However, we know that individuals at the leadership, management, supervisory, and staff levels may require some trainings tailored specifically to those individuals and to where they are in the organization. So the roadmap implements phased learning, which will hopefully achieve learning and growth through a progressive approach. In addition to that, they will be preparing select individuals within the organization to train the trainer module, so that way we can then take the trainings that they have prepared and tailored specifically to us and continue to offer those trainings for the future. In addition, a major part of our strategic plan is to address recruitment and retention and looking at our policies and practices. So after we've kind of identified and solidified our plan and worked on our scorecard, we'll then be able to begin the work of reviewing and assessing our recruitment and retention policies and practices. We'll continue to work to ensure that we're tapping into the right spaces for recruitment, that we're casting a wider net in that area, that we're using our vacancy announcements to make it clear what our perspective is on diversity, inclusion, belonging, and equity, and that we truly have interwoven it into everything that we do in order to diversify and support our staff. As part of looking at our broader policies, as well to ensure that where applicable, they demonstrate our desire to ensure that all who are here feel welcome and included. And with that, I will take any questions.
Thank you, Ms. Shelley. Any comments or questions from commissioners? Commissioner Thompson?
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Shelley, how long did this process take? Or how long have we been working on that to come to this goal?
Sure, so the original contract, as you may remember, was with Visions, and it was originally a 4-year contract, which we had completed about 1.5 years. So
Thank you.
another short 1.5 years of work.
Just comments, questions? Commissioners? So, the chair would like to entertain a motion. Commissioner Houston's making a motion to approve a contract with the Kaleidoscope Group not to exceed $80,000 to assist the town with the implementation of its diversity, inclusion, belongings, and equity strategic plan. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Whittington made the second. Discussion on the motion. Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioners, agenda item number 6C is discussion about Liberty Park Phase 2 design and considering a contract. And I'd like to recognize Chris Whitecall, Facilities Director.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am here to talk to you tonight about Liberty Park Phase 2. Ask that you consider amending a contract with the Caddick Company in the amount of $509,465,000 to take the design essentially from a conceptual space into a true construction document package. I'd like to start this discussion giving you a little bit of background information on how we got to this point. The construction began in Phase 1, you'll recall, in March of 2019. And we completed it in March of 2020, but in September of 2019, we embarked on an RFP process to establish the conceptual and master plan for Liberty Park Phase 2, the other pieces of the project. You'll recall that in November of last year, the major board retreat, We conducted an amenity exercise, and with that exercise results, and as well as the results of previous public input, we came forward with our conceptual designs and what those would potentially look like at the February board retreat. Tonight I hope to share more of that and kind of rehash some of those things and bring back some of those concepts with you, and so we can discuss what it would look like for a full project. Starting here is the, you'll recall this is the conceptual site plan for what phase 2 will look like. You can see the grade area at the bottom of the screen here. This is the completed phase 1 section. I think we like to look at this as really kind of 3 separate areas to this project. One area is this primary area, and that is the area that we kind of all recognize as Liberty Park. That's the existing playground space, the existing basketball space and parking area. And then the second area to kind of look at here is this hillside area, and you can think about what that looks like when you're out there on site as this hillside drops off and the grade changes. There's this, right now there are bridges there, and there's the, the existing stream and the existing falls access. And then the third area that we look at in this project is the walkway connections, the potential greenway connections, and how we're going to connect that to War Memorial. This primary area here will consist of a couple different major amenities. A new inclusive playground similar to what we've seen over at the new Selma Burke project. This area here is a covered basketball court, and I'll show you some architectural elements and concepts and renderings so you can see what that looks like and how it plays off the existing new architecture there. As well as a new interactive fountain here in this space here that kind of ties everything with that. These spaces here are updated concessions, bathrooms, and pump stations for the interactive fountain to work. The hillside area and stream access, kind of this ranging space here, consists of an outdoor classroom, a hillside play area, as well as a secondary nature play that exists over in the falls. In addition to that, there's a new picnic area and restroom right here. If you think about where that existing picnic area is, that's kind of this location here. But also a great opportunity to have enhanced access to the falls, to that great picturesque area that we have over there. And then lastly, is this potential greenway connection and walking paths that go through the park, and a new pedestrian bridge that brings, if you think about where the existing parking lot is here at War Memorial, bringing that pedestrian access into the park. Here you have the architectural elements which are being designed by Adams and Associates, the local Mooresville architect who's contracted with McAdams Company. This picture here is the completed band shell, and these are the concept designs that you can see that really do play to the architectural elements that have happened in phase 1. You're looking at the covered basketball court area. This is the restroom and concession area. It's almost a gateway into the amphitheater and lawn space. And this would be the updated concessions and pump station near the interactive fountain between the basketball courts. In addition to that, we have our conceptual images for our recreational amenities. Some of the recreational amenities it is the interactive fountain and spray ground location. This is what that hillside play area would potentially look like. And again, these are conceptual images. And of course, the pedestrian bridge that will connect War Memorial parking and that connection into the rest of the park. You'll recall that we did have a discussion on what pre-design estimates are. Again, it's a conceptual piece now, so it's tough to say exactly what unit cost will be for that as the project develops. We ended up close to a number to do this whole project, was close to $70 million. So we talked about how we can do this in a phased construction based on the market and possible alternates in bidding the project. Our plan in the design amendment that we're asking for tonight designs the entire project, but gives us the flexibility to bid alternates and phase the project as we go through. And you can see what that breaks out into. This primary area is the area that we want to consider. That's the, when you think of Liberty Park, That is that primary area. And then these other elements, the stream elements, the walkway connections, the greenway connections, and how we would do that would be areas that we would look at alternate phasing. So again, the amendment that we're asking here is for $509,456,000, and that includes full construction design of the project. We look for this project to be bid ready in the spring of 2021, and all the estimates in hand that we've had thus far are, pre-designed conceptual pieces, but in order to get there, we're asking you to make this amendment. At this time, if you have any questions, we're happy to answer them.
Comments or questions, Commissioners? Commissioner West?
Thank you, Mayor. More comment than question. I look at what we've done with phase one, tying in with the Veterans Promenade, which I think is outstanding, and the Exchange Club, helping us to put bricks of veterans and families that wanted to contribute to that in. So I'm really excited about looking forward to what the next phases will bring. I think it's a beautiful start. I'd really like to see it run through to completion.
Thank you, Commissioner West. Additional comments, Commissioner Houston?
Yes, we go back to multi-purpose facility, give a little bit more of what the building be used for, just not just for basketball. But
That's right, we do look at it as a multi-purpose opportunity there as well.
that's a good part, because I know we usually had a farmer's market, different events there, so it's gonna be used more than just basketball, so that's another plus that when we have bad weather or something, at least we have shelter, concert or something, but I do like shovel-ready projects, moving forward, you can phase it out, and, it's kind of a big dollar figure, but I think over time, if you phase it out, it'll be worth the time to have it all ready and ready to go, so appreciate the hard work y'all put in moving this thing forward. Thank you.
Commissioner Compton?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Wyckoff, could you go to the last slide with the amounts on the dollar figure right there? Do this for clarification only. I think in our packet is 509,465, that says 509,456. That just clarification. I didn't know which number we have here.
I apologize, it should be 456, it must be a typo, I apologize.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Commissioner Compton, for that clarification. Additional comments or questions, Commissioner? Hearing none, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the amending the contract with McAdams and Company for Design of Liberty Park Phase 2 in the amount of $509,465.
So,
Commissioner West has made the motion. Is there a second? Commissioner Houston has seconded that motion. Discussion.
Mayor, just a comment,
Yes.
the amount of the motion should be $509,460 or $56. Is that correct, Chris?
That's right.
Okay. I think the motion was stated as 465.
There's a typo in the package.
Yes.
Oh,
So the correct contract amount would be $509,456.
Correct.
It's on the PowerPoint, not in the document.
That's right.
My apologies, Commissioners, to amend the motion that the dollar amount is $509,456. Okay. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Commissioners, agenda item 6D is regarding our 2021 street resurfacing project. At this time, the chair will recognize Jonathan Young, Engineering Director.
Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners. So this is our FY21 resurfacing project. We actually are currently going through our FY20 resurfacing right now. That's still being wrapped up in town. So this one is the following fiscal year. We've kind of explored this in several different ways to try to get the best pricing available, obviously. One of the things we tried to do this year is actually take advantage of some of the things that are going on with gas prices being low and things. We feel like we did that very well. And so the next slide will show. We've been averaging around 5 to 6 miles, and you see this year we're going to get about 8.5 miles, which is good. With that budget range of $1.2 million, or just under $1.2 million. We had 8 bids on this project, so we're looking forward to getting a little bit of additional streets this year. So tonight's award contract is with Black Construction in the amount of $1,172,032.63 for the FY21 street resurfacing.
Comments or questions, Commissioners? Mr. Young, Commissioner Falls?
Mr. Young, I see from the agenda that the work will last 120 days. What's their time frame they need to get this finished by?
I'm sorry, you're talking about in the year. We typically need to get that done by around the 1st of December. So we are hopeful we will get started as soon as we get the project awarded. We'd like to start here in July or August, no later than that time frame this year.
Just seems like every year it gets pushed back. All of a sudden, we're into the next calendar year. We haven't finished up last year, so just curious when this will be.
So that's a great point. It is a difficult transition. Obviously, paving is dependent on the weather, and so we try. Unfortunately, the way our budget cycle rolls, it rolls in an alternate to whatever the paving cycle rolls. So last year, we actually bid the project in November range with the hopes of having it in the spring, which we did. We did add a few streets to that, so that's why we're still going on with the current FY20. Our hope is this year that we will be able to get this one awarded early July, be able to do it all in September, October, and then wrap up before December 15th, roughly in that date.
Additional comments or questions, Commissioner West?
Mr. Young, just a question. This is a Black Construction Company, the same ones that did the 150?
Different company.
Different company.
Different company.
Thank you.
Commissioner Whittington?
John, they've had work for us before, though, I mean, aren't they very reputable?
They are. We actually have worked with Black Construction in the past. They do a lot of resurfacing. So they're a resurfacing arm of Life. It's Life Development with the actual company we worked with before. They're actually more of a contractor construction firm, but Black Construction does a lot of NCDOT projects, mainly in resurfacing. So at the end of the day, a lot of it boils down to who has the asphalt plants in the region. And so that's why you see a lot of the same companies up here.
Commissioner Whitson?
Just for information, how many miles of street do we have? Because we get a lot of concerns about potholes and this and that, so a lot of people don't realize how many miles of pavement. I think it'd be a good information point to let them know how many miles that we have to serve and what $1 million gets you 4.4 miles.
Absolutely. So, interestingly enough, we're going through our PAL program right now for our streets. So we redo that every year. I just ran the numbers, and Mr. Compton likes to know this all the time. I believe we're around 155 miles of streets that the town owns now. I'll be clear about that. There's a lot more streets in the town of Mooresville. So we take care of around 155, actually I think it's around 152.5, somewhere in that neighborhood. But we take care of that many, or we're responsible for it, and then obviously CDOT has a multitude of streets to run through our system as well, including 115, 150, 801, a lot of neighborhood streets, oddly enough, are owned and operated by the CDOT. But the goal is every 20 years that we are resurfacing almost every street in town. That's really the ultimate goal.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Compton?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Young, I was gonna guess 150, so that was close. Now, what's the criteria, you list the streets you have here, what's the criteria for picking these streets over another street?
Another great question. We actually do a pavement assessment survey every 5 years. We're actually going to change that. I don't know if you remember. We're trying to do that about every 3 years now after this year's assessment. We're currently going through the assessment. So we have a consultant firm comes in this year. I believe it's going to be Labella, and they will do an assessment of our streets, and then they give us basically a score back. And that score is 1 to 100, just like when you were in school, and the lower is bad, just like you were in school. So what we actually try to do is we don't just hit the bad streets. So I think that's important. We also want to pick some of those streets that are may be bad in the next few years to try to keep them from getting on that lower scale. So you're not always trying to hit a lot of the ones that are in what they call the poor range. But you want to hit some of those fairer streets as well. Now we try to keep away from the 90s and above, which is your very good streets. But we'll throw in a couple that are in that fair range. But most of them are going to be in that fair poor range, which is basically 50 and below or 60 and below, I believe, in the category.
Thank you. Additional comments or questions? Hearing none, the chair will entertain a motion.
So moved.
Commissioner Paul made a motion to approve awarding a construction contract for the 2021 street resurfacing project of Light Construction Inc. for an amount not to exceed $1,172,032.63. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Dingler. Discussion on the motion. Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Commissioners, I'll direct your attention to agenda item 6E, and this is regarding a grant agreement, and at this time I recognize Mr. Young.
So, yay, first of all. This is exciting. This is our first step in our build grant, which if you remember correctly, Commissioners, we received notification last year, I believe in November, that we were awarded a build grant. And I know you're gonna ask me what that means, and I'm gonna tell you I don't know the answer. It's an acronym, but it's basically better utilizing infrastructure or something grant. I don't remember what it is. But it used to be called the Titan Grant. So we were awarded that by the US DOT last year for roughly $13 million. This is for the East-West Connector Phase 1. That grant process has a lot of different steps. This is actually the first one. We're actually going through a lot of parallel steps with it. In fact, both of these two agenda items, I know we're going to vote on them separately, relate to the same project. So the first one, which is 6E, is the US DOT federal grant agreement that we're working with them. So it's for $13.6 million. The project is actually around a $21 million project. So you see that a 62.6% reimbursement that was within our application when we applied for the build grant. And then we have obviously a match rate of 37.4% there, which is a little over $8 million. We actually have some very good support, and I want to give a shout out to some of our partners as well that have been a part of this project, local and private partners that we'll be meeting with in the upcoming weeks. They've given their support as far as right of way and some other things that have helped us achieve that 37.4%. But again, the higher you look at that, obviously that match, the better opportunity you have for getting these grants. So this is a large project in town. We don't build a lot of roads here in Mooresville, not full roads. We do a lot of road improvements as far as intersection improvements and things, but this is a big deal. We've been working through this for about 3 months with the FHWA, and so we're very proud to say, actually, I got an email today from the FHWA that they've signed off, so they are ready to move forward. The process works, we sign the document first, then the DOT signs it, and then the FHWA signs it. So, assuming this gets awarded tonight, we'll be moving forward. We also just want to point out really quickly, and I do have another slide, but I'll show it to you in just a few minutes. But I do want to point out we have a pre-qualified firm, RK&K, out of Charlotte. They're going to be working to get a proposal together, and you'll probably see that on the next board agenda. And they'll be working on our design right away for us on this project. So we're excited about all those things moving forward.
Thank you, Mr. Young. The Commissioner's focusing on 6E, the build grant agreement. Any comments or questions from Mr. Young? Hearing none, the chair will entertain a motion.
Motion.
Yes, please, Mr. Paul, thank you.
That we consider entering into a grant agreement under the fiscal year 2019 Build Transportation Grants Program with the U.S. Department of Transportation for $13,609,131, which is 62.6% of reimbursement for the East-West Connector Road project. The agreement requires a match of $8,121,064, which is 37.4%, which is a mix of local funds and donated funds for a total budget of $21,730,195.
Commissioner Claus has made the motion, is there a second? Second by Commissioner Dingler, discussion on the motion. Commissioner Claus?
Just one comment, just so that the public is aware, this is phase one of our east-west connector. Eventually, phase two will go to all the way over to Highway 3, right? And you're already in the works for that. Don't want people to think that this is building a road to a dead-end cul-de-sac at the end of Pine Tree.
That's a great question. That's correct. This is phase one. Back in 2009, there was a feasibility study created, I believe by WSP at the time, for the full east-west connector, which connects all the way over Highway 3. As you stated, the next phase, which is phase two, actually goes from Highway 115 over Shears Road, roughly at the intersection of Shears and Rocky River, there where the food line is. And we are working with a consultant to try to get a proposal together on that as well. And I think that's in this year's budget to get a 25% buffer design in place for phase two. So yes, ma'am, we are not going to build a cul-de-sac. The goal is to get it all the way connected from, again, to have that true east-west connection. So if you are coming in from the Highway 3 corridor, that you have the ability to, we don't want to say bypass in Mooresville, but you have the ability to come through on this side of town. So essentially it's a way around, not have to go through the downtown area.
Additional discussion on the motion? Commissioner West?
Thank you. Just one. The disbursement of these funds come directly to the town, or do they go through NCDOT first?
So it's a great question. That's our next agenda item that we will be discussing, but it does come through NCDOT. They are, we do have to have somebody here locally that the funds run through, and that local department is NCDOT, and that's the next agreement that we actually have on here.
As long as we get our money.
Absolutely.
Additional discussion, commissioners? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Commissioners will go to agenda item 6F, continued discussion around the east-west connector around FAST funds. Mr. Young.
So I'm going to go ahead and flip over this, since we're on that second agenda item. This is the east-west connector, the area in blue. It actually includes 3 streets, or 3 new roads, affectionately called east-west connector, phase 1, RLS connector, and then Transco connector. So I got a pointer here, I'm pointing this out. This was RLS connector right here, this is Transco connector there, and then of course the east-west connector, and this is Highway 115, and an intersection there that will be created over Norfolk Southern. It does include an at-grade intersection, and then this is Lane Tree Road, that intersection, this is the Lowe's entrance, roughly, and that'll be a new intersection as well. So it's it's a major project, opens up a lot of corridor in here. Talked about the first one, US DOT agreement, which we'll be working for to get those funds. That authorizes the funding. And then the next agreement that we're obviously on right now is the DOT pass-through agreement, as Commissioner West pointed out. So they will act as a pass-through agency, and they will act as a review agency as well for the US DOT. Next steps that I did want to point out tonight, we are working with a closure agreement, which the board has seen in past agendas. With Norfolk Southern, we have agreed that Norfolk Southern will close a couple of crossings in town. And I don't remember those right now. I know one is Cobb Avenue and make it into a pedestrian crossing. I think the other ones that we're looking at potentially is Walnut Street. Don't quote me on that. And then the other item there is we begin design right away. So with RK&K, we're working with them now. Actually, they are, I just reached out to our partners out there today, and RK&K will be on site walking the area while they're putting their proposal together this week. So that's kind of the next steps. There's obviously several other things that would go on as far as this project goes, but we anticipate the next thing would be having an RK&K proposal on the board agenda in August, and then we'll start to see some actual design work and see hopefully some pretty pictures that we can bring to you guys. So like I say, this is certainly the first step in the process. So the second, 6F is that locally administered agreement with NCDOT. So again, for them to act as a pass-through agency. One thing I did want to point out, Commissioners, there is a little bit of difference here in the pricing or the money. This is as close as NCDOT can get. They don't do local administered agreements for percentages or decimal places on their percentages. So 16,3603 and 8128 was there without rounding. That's as close as they can get on the the agreement. So, this is the local administrative agreement with them, which will be in, when we give process runs, we sign the NCDOT or the USDOT agreement, and then we also, literally right after that, sign the NCDOT agreement to receive those funds, and so they act as pass-through. So if you have any questions about that.
Any comments or questions for Mr. Young? Hearing none, Chair will entertain a motion. Mr. Cole?
Sure. Make the motion, that we consider entering into a locally administered agreement, WBS 49108 with NCDOT for $13,603,000, which is 62.6% of the reimbursement from Fixing America's Surface Transportation, which is FAST funds for the town of Mooresville. Silicon Shores East-West Connector Road Project, tip number review 6239. This agreement requires a match of $8,128,000, which is 7.4%, which is a mix of local funds and donated funds for a total budget $21,731,000.
Mr. Cole has made the motion, is there a second? Second. Mr. Houston, seconded that motion, discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed, motion carries. Commissioners, thank you, Mr. Young, good stuff. Commissioners, I'll direct your attention to agenda item 6G. This is a conditional rezoning request from MT Land LLC for properties located in Reinhardt Road. At this time, the chair will open up the public hearing and recognize Mr. Wilson, the Planning and Communication Development Director.
Good evening. For you this evening, as was just mentioned, we do have a conditional rezoning request for property going from residential R2 to residential R3 with conditions. So the applicant is MT Land LLC. You can see here on the map where the property is located in town. It's roughly in the center of town. This is downtown here, I-77, running north-south, obviously, 150 running east-west. The request does have some conditions that would be the concept plan that is included in your packet, as well as the TIA mitigation measures agreement that is also in your staff report packet. The property is just over 114 acres. It is located along Reinhardt Road. You can see here on the map, Reinhardt Road runs along the eastern property line from north to south. The property is currently vacant with a couple single-family homes. Access is on the Reinhardt Road, which is a public road, and this property does lie outside of our corporate limits, but it is within the town's ETJ. So it is within the town's extraterritorial jurisdiction, which means we do oversee zoning and have all rights to oversee zoning for that property, but it is not in the corporate limits. So as I mentioned, the property is zoned R2. You can see the other zoning districts surrounding it. It does have a mix of uses and districts surrounding this property. More intense highway business and some industrial down along the southern and eastern edge, making way to more residential in the northwest side. So by our uses in the R2 district are single family, duplex, manufactured homes, as well as some civic uses. It's more rural in nature, and it's our lower density use, and it does allow for 2 units an acre. Our future land use designation for this property is neighborhood residential. It provides for interconnected neighborhoods. It has higher intensity uses set apart from lower intensity uses. Primary uses are single family home, townhome, duplex, some small scale low-rise apartments with a desired density targeting around 3 to 6 units an acre. In our Mooresville plan, this is the pages describing neighborhood residential, showing the character intent and the pattern and form. You can see it's what you would imagine a residential neighborhood would look like. The project before you specifically is a 339 unit residential development. 225 of those are single family homes, 114 are townhomes. The density for the project is 2.97 units per acre. The project does provide 33.8% open space, which exceeds the 20% minimum required in the zoning ordinance. The open space includes walking trails, greenway, playing fields, some other areas. The TIA mitigation measures include relining Reinhardt Road. So on the plan, this is Reinhardt Road. You can see the mouse running along the bottom of the plan. 150 by 6 is corner. So the realignment of Reinhardt Road would come down here and reconnect 150 instead of the existing entrance further down. So that's the main measure. Some turn lanes and intersection improvements with Reinhardt and 115, which is further north, would occur as well as providing extra right-of-way at this entrance to ensure a future roundabout could be built. This project has been before you a couple different times, or I should say this property, not this specific project. So the most recent submittal, prior to the one this evening, was in 2019, and that one was looking at 355 residential units. The one in 2018 was 472 residential units at a 3.8 unit and acre density. So you can see each version of the plan is getting less dense, more single-family home than townhome. So currently, before you tonight, we have 17 less units than the previous plan. The density has been reduced to 2.97 units an acre. And one portion of the property was removed from their plan that is designated as mixed-use corridor, the one Mooresville plan. So all the property before you this evening is in the neighborhood residential future land use designation. When looking at a project like this, the planning department looks at surrounding area, what's around it, what's the existing neighborhood like. As I mentioned, this project does have a mixture of single-family homes, commercial, some multifamily in the general area. We also look at the one Mooresville plan, what the future land use designation includes. And as we just went over, it is designed for single-family home, townhome, residential uses, 3 to 6 units an acre. We also look at access to make sure it has sufficient access, and this plan does, and also provides for major improvements to the existing road network. You've heard from numerous citizens, we did during planning board as well, in previous meetings. It cited several different issues. Environmental issues were brought up, and site testing has been done. Some excerpts from environmental reports are in your packet, as well as traffic issues. Again, the TIA mitigation measures report is in your packet. Pecan Hills development was brought up previously, and the Homeowners Association provided a letter to include in their report that they submitted to the town when they applied for this project, that was presented at the planning board and is also included in your packet. In the middle school, just because this is on Reinhardt Road, again, if you see Reinhardt here, running and then turning east to 115, this is the future middle school site, right here, and so you can see the relation. You can also see the shaded areas, or the lighter area is town limits, so it is immediately adjacent to the town. And you can see the water and sewer lines. Sewer is green, water is blue on this to show utility extensions in the future, just the context. So assuming it was approved this evening, the project is far from being able to be built. So next steps moving forward, they'd be working with construction drawings with town staff, as well as coming before you with an annexation request and a utility extension request at some point in the future. They would also need to work with the county staff for land service permits and any building permitting needed. During our planning board meeting, there were 2 citizens that spoke against the project, and 1 citizen that spoke neither for nor against the project. Staff did recommend approval of this project to the planning board, as we thought the project is consistent with the one Mooresville plan and compatible with the surrounding area. The planning board did recommend approval to the town board via 5-2 vote. And the applicant is here this evening and does have a presentation, but I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Comments or questions from Mr. Wilson from commissioners? Commissioner Dingler?
Mr. Wilson, do you have, back in your presentation, was there somewhere, I guess that kind of works, in your general industrial list, and you took a good look at how close that property actually backs up to the fire training facility? And you took a look at that?
As far as the actual distance,
Yeah, I mean,
right
a
here.
lot of stuff goes on there, I mean, in the design, has that been considered? We all know too well what happens when things get real close to stuff like that. So just a question as I was looking through your packet and seeing it. Thank you.
Yes. The specific distance to the actual facility, I don't know if that's been measured. There is a pretty decent buffer along this end, so the fire training facility is probably right up in here. So there's a significant buffer on the property, and there is some distance you can see, sort of see at least, between these 2 properties. Here's where the arrow is.
Yeah, I'm not exactly worried about hearing it or seeing it, it's here. That's more. Thank you.
Additional comments or questions from Mr. Wilson? Mr. Qualls?
Can you share with us, obviously, the traffic mitigation measures that have been, put onto this request? What would be the timing of those in relationship to construction?
Yes, ma'am. So the TIA mitigation measures agreement has, one of two thresholds. One is either the 45th single-family home being platted, all the mitigation measures have to be in place, or the 75th townhome being platted. So out of the 339 units, it's either 45 single-family home or number 75 townhome.
Is there, do you have any options that are in UDO that allows us to require these improvements before construction starts? Obviously, we've had a challenge with this type of thing before. The development starts and then they don't do the required road mitigations.
Unfortunately, with the current zoning ordinance, as you mentioned, we are going through our code update process that won't be done here for a little while, but our current zoning ordinance does not have provisions for starting that earlier in the year.
Mr. Comments or questions? Mr. West?
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make sure, to be clear, the mitigation measures wouldn't be finished by the time the 45th home was platted. They would start when the 45th home was platted, correct?
No, sir. So they wouldn't be finished by the time the 44th home is platted. In order to plat the 45th home, all of the measures have to be complete.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
Mr. Compton?
Thank you, Mayor. Is Mr. Young still here? Just a question, Mr. Young. To your knowledge, since you're the official DOT go-to guy, is there anything on the radar for road improvements on Highway 115 or Highway 150 where the Reinhardt Road intersects to?
No, sir, not that I know of. I don't know of any improvements, not in the DOT radar on either of those two intersections.
And the school, since the school bonds passed, we've talked about the school, talked about traffic, the schools will be built. What year, I don't know, maybe some of you could allude to that, but regardless, it will be built, and schools are not required to make road improvements. That's up to, if DOT's not gonna do it, that's up to somebody else, right?
That is correct. We cannot require off-site improvements for school systems. General legislation does not allow that. The line started several years ago.
Thank you, Mr. Young.
Mr. Whittington?
I believe we were told that school would be starting in 2023. And I see a school board member with, so I have no idea how long it'll take, but probably a year, right?
We can save that for public comment, Mr. Whittington, if that's okay. I do believe that the school is intended to be built and completed in the fall of 2023. Mr. Houston?
Since you're up there, your expertise on, if we get road improvement off of Reinhardt Road, would that, in a way, you think that it would mitigate red lights at either one of those intersections?
There's currently no warrant for either one of those, meaning, I want to be clear how that looks. So that means that traffic lights are warranted by certain stipulations in the state of North Carolina. So you basically have to have certain things that are going on, whether there's poor movement at the intersection, whether there's crashes, there's a lot of those things. Again, I'm not an expert. I know we've got some traffic consultants here in the room, but the example I'd give you is right now at Reinhardt Road, we know that's a poor intersection where it comes out on Highway 150, but it would not warrant a light. And I know that sounds awful or contrary to what I'm talking about, it's too close to the other intersection. So you wouldn't put another light there to get that traffic to come out there. But in the location that is proposed by this, that may be a good opportunity for a light, but you can't prove that until you actually have the traffic that's in place there. But currently in this mitigation measures agreement, and then none of our, not, as Commissioner Cochran pointed out, nothing the NCDOT has lights at each one of those intersections. So it could be something to be looked at down the road once you've got those traffic is actually moving to those intersections. If that makes sense.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, sir.
Additional comments or questions, commissioners? Ms. Wilson, I do have just one clarifying question. So it's R2 with 114 acres, that would, just use by right would yield over 200 homes?
Yes.
Currently, and then would that require, even if it was used by right in R2, and yields over 200 homes, would that then also warrant the TIA and road improvements?
Yes, sir. What those road improvements are, I don't know if we've seen any TIA looking at that, but yes, the TIA would be required. Yes, sir.
Thank you. Commissioners, any other comments or questions? At this time, I'd like to invite the applicant to come forward.
Members of the town council, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I'm Charles Grimes, I'm counsel for the developer, and also here assisting all the owners on this property to allow them a full and complete presentation tonight and answer any questions y'all have. I'd say I'm supporting the developer here, and that is Paul Shriver. He's here on behalf of MT Land LLC. And over the years, I've had a chance to work with a number of developers here locally and across the state. And what I see here, this is the third time that this has been before this body, and we have a very responsive and conscientious developer here. I would say on a range of developers, and I'm not saying that lightly because I've been doing this, working in this area for 30 years. And it appears that under the new One Mooresville plan, about everything that could be asked of a developer has been met here. I would say, as far as the neighborhood residential, and I know Mr. Wilson has gone through all this, and I'm just going to make it a lot shorter than otherwise I might have, because he did a very good job of explaining the basic facts of this project. The plan encourages single-family detached townhomes, duplexes, triplexes, quadplexes, and small-scale, low-rise multifamily apartments and such as that, and up to 360 units. So that is the One Mooresville plan for this area. And in this particular project has a concept plan that y'all all been provided with, has many beautiful amenities. Your walking trails, public greenway, playing fields, playgrounds, and it's bicycle friendly, which I think is popular now, so people can get out and about. It's got nearly 40 acres of open space among this, and that's well beyond what's required. And here, I know that there's been some concern about traffic. Traffic impact analysis has been prepared, it's detailed, and it's been vetted by the DOT, NCDOT, and also by the town and its approved. And as far as the mitigation measures agreement, I think it adequately addresses many of the concerns, or all the concerns that have been addressed to date. We feel like it's a very good plan. And of course, there are, just like Danny Wilson mentioned, there are other steps along the way to make sure that things are looked after for the town's benefit. And one thing that I think is important here, this meeting having been, again, before y'all before, things have been improved. A lot less density, a lot more thought has gone into the project, no doubt. But I'd say that the commission at this point would be protecting the constituency of the town here very well to look favorably upon this project at this point in time. It truly does go way out there in addressing the issues that have been presented today. And I'm going to turn it over to Paul Shriver here in just a second. If I can answer any more questions, I'd be more than happy to. But Paul's going to go through a PowerPoint and explain a lot more of the detail that y'all might be interested in, and then answer any questions.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you, commissioners, for allowing us the opportunity to present to you again. Real quick again, Empty Land is a locally owned company with over 30 years of combined experience. We focus on designing quality built neighborhoods. Henson Foley is a local engineering firm that has done a lot of work with the town in the past. Kimberly Horn, our traffic engineer, is here if we do need to answer any specific questions about the traffic study. And Charles just introduced himself. He is our rezoning specialist and local to Mooresville. In January, we presented a community that didn't meet the One Mooresville plan. There was roughly 4.5 acres that were designated mixed use, as Mr. Wilson mentioned earlier. The planning staff thought it would be better to take that out because it didn't touch the highway, but we all felt a little bit differently, so we went ahead and took that HB zoning where the mixed use component would be completely out of the presentation, and the subject property now falls entirely in the residential, neighborhood residential classification, as Mr. Wilson mentioned earlier. This was the previous plan that we presented back in January, and as you can see now, that 4.5 acres is completely taken out of the rezoning request. That cul-de-sac has disappeared, and the realignment of Reinhardt Road still is there. We are still purchasing the 8.5 acres from Mr. Brawley to install that new road. As Commissioner Qualls mentioned earlier, in terms of the road improvements, this is obviously one of the major road improvements that is going to serve this community, and this is our main access point to the neighborhood. So this would be put in as one of our first steps. So that would address a big part of that concern. As Danny put up earlier, we're down to 339 homes, 114 townhomes, 113 of the single-family homes we're targeting just your normal market rate buyers with families and kids. We also plan to have 112 active adult homes with age targeted versus age restricted. Most of our builders in this day and age, unfortunately, divorces tend to happen, and adult children sometimes move back home with their parents. And when you age restrict, it takes that ability out. So that's just one of the reasons why we go age targeted versus age restricted. The age targeted does help with the reduction of impact on the school system because their kids are grown. They visit with their grandchildren for a couple of days and then send them on their way. And we did still maintain quite a bit of open space. Ms. Wilson did put this up a little bit earlier about the projection or the evolution of this plan. When we started back in February of 19, when we first presented to you, it was heavily weighted towards townhomes and less on the single family. There was no active adult component, and the commercial acreage was reduced significantly with the plan that we had initially proposed, and it only had the minimum 20% common open space that was required. In January, when we presented to you, we were down to 355 homes, 114 townhomes, 131 single family, and 110 active adult, a little bit under the 3 units per acre, and the commercial acreage went up, and we had, give or take, about 40% common open space. And on the current plan that we provide to you today, it's 339 homes, 114 still with the townhomes, 113 single family detached, and 112 active adult. It's actually roughly 2.97, not 2.99 homes per acre. Although there is no commercial acreage in this rezoning request, the property that is remaining has 12.1 acres of HB zoning. So the amount of commercial acreage hasn't changed from what it was before us asking for the rezoning request. Just to give you some ideas of what we're looking at for the homes being built here. Townhomes will all be rear loaded with garages in the back. The single family homes typically are 2-story homes. There would be some ranches, but we are expecting with this type of buyer profile for it to be mainly 2-story homes. And the active adult is typically a ranch. Some ranches have the 1.5 stories that have a little extra bedroom or playroom upstairs for the grandkids when they come to visit. At the last meeting, there were some issues brought up about the Pecan Hills community, and as Mr. Wilson said, the HOA management company has actually written a letter that's in your packet stating that some of these issues that were raised were not correct, but I would like to just take a moment to go over them with you. First off, it was mentioned that Lennard offered to purchase the remaining part of the Pecan Hills community, and that's factually inaccurate. They actually bought the property down on 21 and built the parking lot neighborhood. It was a larger community, and they wanted to have their own community instead of taking over the remaining part of Pecan Hills. There was talk about Charles not building the pool because he didn't have money to do it. Factually inaccurate. The money is still sitting in the account. The only vote that's actually ever happened at Pecan Hills was to delay the construction of the pool until there were at least 75% home occupancy in order to keep the HOA dues down. With less than 75 homes, the HOA dues would have been double. So the neighborhood actually voted to delay the pool until there were 75% of the homes completed, which will actually be in the next phase, which we are currently working through engineering drawings on. Voting rights and the CCR is being changed. Charles is actually in the process of trying to change the CCR so that voting rights are limited to individual homeowners, regardless of how many homes you own in the community. You only get one vote, not, if you own 10 homes, you don't get 10 votes. So that's actually in process and has been going on for quite a while. There are some legal issues that we have to deal with. In North Carolina, property owners do have rights, and we have to be very careful with how that CCR gets changed. But we are working to amend those CCRs currently. New entry monuments. Again, this was a statement that money didn't exist. We got the money. We're working through acquiring easements to be able to actually put the easements or put the monuments where the neighborhood would like them to go. We do have an easement in place already for the corner of Jollywood and Shinville Road. At Bay Laurel Drive, there somebody planted a very long row of very big trees now. So we're trying to determine exactly where the right-of-way is to make sure that we can put the monument on the other side of the trees where people would actually see it. If we put it on the inside of the trees, nobody's going to see it. No point in putting a monument there. So we're working through that and also trying to get an easement from the owner if we can fit the monument in there. So that's being addressed. Audited financials were brought up. In your package, you will see the management company has actually had the financials audited 3 times in the last 5 years, and the community is free to look at the financials at any time. Phase 2 is complete. The top coat was recently installed out there, so that's completely done. There are about 4 lots still available in that section that we are working with some other builders to purchase those lots as part of the Phase 3 lots that are going to be built. It's roughly an additional 62 homes that will be built out there. And when that phase is built, that's when the pool is going to be constructed. Where the lots are for the pool to be constructed, sewer has to be brought up from this new phase. And then there were general issues that were brought up regarding irrigation, lights being out on the current monuments, and yard maintenance in Phase 2. And as you can see from this picture, Phase 2, the yards are very well maintained. But all of those items are items that would have to be addressed with the HOA management company, William Douglas. Charles, as the developer, has no rights to send out notice violations. He does, the HOA has a management company, has budget for irrigation, for the lights out, things of that nature. So things that were being attributed to Charles were just not correct. You know, the management company takes care of all those things. Anytime it's brought up, as you'll see in their letter, they do address those issues. And, you know, just in summary real quick, you know, this new plan does meet the One Mooresville comprehensive plan. Does not require the concessions from you to change the HB zoning to the residential. Those 4.5 acres were left completely out of this rezoning. We've made significant progress from the very first submittal back in February of 19. We're 153 homes less than when we first submitted for rezoning. We had active adult versus 0 in the original plan, which strongly reduces the school impacts. The concern with the toxic materials on this site, we've done a phase 1, the state did a phase 1, and they actually went out and did a phase 2 and did test pits throughout the site, and did major digging and found no evidence of any toxic materials. And finally, all of the road improvements that we're doing are based on the additional number of homes that were included in the January 2020 submittal. These improvements are roughly a $2.5 million value to the town. This new alignment of Reinhardt Road will have a significant impact on the traffic when the new school does come in. Eliminates a very dangerous intersection there that exists currently at Reinhardt and 150. One last point I want to make, that, you know, timing of the construction that was brought up. Mr. Wilson mentioned it earlier, but once we do get through the rezoning process, we're looking at typically 15 months of engineering timeline before we would even have the approvals to start construction of the subdivision. At that point, it takes a good 6 to 8 months to get the first lots on the ground. So at this point, we're looking at late 2021, early 2022 before we even have the first homes on the ground, which starts to line up very well with the, hopefully with the construction of the new school just up the road. Reinhardt Road would be realigned at that point. The new school will be coming online. We have a new school for all these new homeowners to attend. So we've spent quite a bit of time trying to work out a lot of the details that were raised through the previous meetings to really try to create the best possible community that we can and meet all of the goals that we've heard from the various meetings. And at that, I'm open to questions.
Thank you. Comments or questions from commissioners? Yes, Ms. Crawford?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Schreiber, just for the record, are you agreeable to the following conditions as a condition of approval? 1, the approved concept plan, and 2, the TIA mitigation measures agreement.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crawford. Any comments or questions before I open up for public hearing for the public comment? Okay, gentlemen, you'll have an opportunity for rebuttal after public comment. Can I see a show of hands of how many people are here to speak on this agenda item and plan to speak? And so what I'd like to do, just because you're so far back from the podium, I'm going to call out, there's 10 people that have already signed up to speak, and I'm going to have them come up and just line up. Please stay 6 feet apart and just line up, standing over here by the corner along this wall. And then as people start going up to speak, then you will have 3 minutes to speak, and then a timer will go off. I would encourage, if you're planning on speaking, go ahead and line up along the wall so we can kind of keep the flow going, so you're not coming in all the way from the back up, and we can kind of keep a nice steady flow if that's agreeable to everybody. Will that work? Great, thank you so much. So I'm gonna go ahead and call, the following folks, if you can go ahead and line up and come forward. I'll just call your last name, Brotherton, Plyler, Satsavera, Howard, Teresa, I can't read your last name, but Teresa, thank you, Lawrence, Rivers, Lucy, and Rutherford. And whoever's, up front, if you could, just go ahead and go to the podium, state your name for the record, and, we'll start the timer once you start. Thank you.
I'll do this so that y'all can hear me. The acoustics in here are not good. I am hearing impaired, and a lot of the comments I was not able to get. My name is Sarah Dalton Brotherton. I live at 470 Reinhardt Road. The development would be right behind my home. That's a lot of homes for there to be only one entrance in and out. Whenever you think about people working, people going to school, and everything, with the school going to be built there. I just feel like there needs to be another entrance other than the one that's proposed. The roundabouts, I see a concern in that because of the emergency vehicles, garbage trucks, fire trucks, they can't maneuver roundabouts. One other thing, the home lots should be large enough that the people can park their cars on their own property, not in the street. Some of these developments, they're so close that, you have to wait till somebody else goes by before you can pull out or even go on. Now, I know they said that the state they had tested for the dump. Kemp's Fund, Templon, and Draymore did dump textile waste there. I remember seeing it myself. My parents are deceased, so my son even saw it also. But again, there are a lot of people in our area that have cancer. My husband just died with cancer in September. And the people, colon cancer, thyroid cancer, lung cancer, it just goes on and on and on for people that have died on Reinhardt Road. So there's something there. My water was tested and it came back with a solvent in it. Now, where did that solvent come from? Because I have a 6-inch air well. It's fairly deep. But the solvent that's in there is, anyway, they said that based on the evaluation of the water from the well, no restrictions on the use of this water is recommended at this time. And at this time is pretty important. It is 2-propanol, and I don't know what that is other than a solvent, but it just seems like there's more.
Thank you, yes, ma'am. Appreciate it.
Thank you. My name is Dave Sanseviero with Pecan Hills. I was not here at the last meeting, but I was absolutely willing to come out here and speak today. I'm not here to talk about whether or not you will or won't approve this development, because eventually the town will absolutely approve this development. That's what we do, is we have to develop and grow as a town. But I would caution you to choose the right developer, right? And I'm glad to hear tonight that, speaking of reputations, previous performance, and asking about different things like that when it comes to paving. So let's talk about the previous performance of this developer in the Pecan Hills area. So roughly 2007, or in 2007, the first residents moved into this neighborhood. 14 years later, almost 14 years later, what do we have to show for it? We're looking for a fourth builder. We have phase 1 complete, phase 2 is not complete, the homes are not built on there. We've had 3 plans, that's why there's now a phase 3 to go through this. He's refiled 3 times to go through this, right? He has overgrown lots, he has construction debris all over the place, which he's continually, he will push off and he will blame everybody for what's going on, except for himself. He won't own responsibility for it. So speaking of partnership, which is what he will do in every single HOA meeting he comes to, we must work together and we must have a partnership in order to make this effective. So here's his partnership. In 2010, myself, Dennis Watson, and Mike Lynch, who's no longer with us, went and met with him. We had a petition signed by 48 of the 52 homes asking Mr. Myers to fire the first property management company we had. So we also did a research and we gave him a list of 3 property management companies we would like to have them replaced, something that we felt would work with the community. 4 months later, Mr. Myers finally fired the first property management company and then unilaterally hired another one without any resident input. 2 years ago, we did ask for the monuments on the corner of Charliewood and Shinville Road, right? And he asked us to do the work. Go get the quotes, go get the designs, figure out what you want to do and how we want to go for this. We did the work. So 2 years ago, and then he is again unilaterally said no. I'll read from you from the 2019 HOA meetings because I want to make sure this is factual, right? The meeting was held in April 2019, the minutes were issued on June 6th. And in there it says Mr. Myers was getting a cheaper quote for the sign and I will quote, it should be installed in the next 90 days. Well, this is July of 2020. I'm not perfect, but I'm pretty sure we're about 300 days beyond when he promised that would be done. For years, we've been asking to have parts of the neighborhood cleaned up. We've asked to have the debris left throughout the neighborhood taken away. Again, same minutes, dated 6 June 2019. Charles will pay for the cleanup of the debris, and this has now been cleaned up. So these are the pictures of the now cleaned debris that I took on Saturday, July 4th in our neighborhood. And I'll share them with you if you want. It's an absolute mess over there. You don't even have to come to the neighborhood. Just drive down Shinville Road and take a look. You can see it from there. So you want to talk about trying to maintain property values and maintain the development, that one we won't do it.
Thank you. And if you want to provide those documents, and you can, as you walk by, you can just hand them to Commissioner Comfort.
My name is Beth Howard. I live at 132 Red Dog Drive, which is off of Reinhardt Road. Thank you, Mayor and Commissioners, for hearing us again. Please consider strongly the middle school and city school bus storage lot to be built on the north end of Reinhardt Road. Eventually, an elementary school will be built there. The residents will be faced with construction on both ends of the small road for a long time. We already have 2 large subdivisions on the road that is only 2 miles long. Once the school is built, the residents on the north end of the road will be paralyzed 2 times every school day with added school traffic coming from the hundreds of housing units being considered, plus buses, school employees, and other students whose parents won't allow their kids to ride a school bus. No amount of turn lanes can mitigate this problem, and the state is notoriously slow in addressing needs for traffic lights, sometimes moving only when a tragedy occurs. As to moving the south end of Reinhardt Road, it will only create a bottleneck and wreck site 1/4 mile further up Highway 150. Highway 115 is a nightmare at best, and this will only make it worse. Traffic problems from the Mazeppa flyover project must be considered as well. Reinhardt itself is dangerous enough without adding further traffic and road rage. Once again, I'll bring up that my well is contaminated with hexavalent chromium, one of the worst cancer-causing chemicals known that targets the respiratory system, kidneys, liver, skin, and eyes. The amount in our well is 35 times higher than what is considered safe by the state of North Carolina. Think of the movie Aaron Brockovich. We assume this comes from inks used in the textile mills that were only a mile from us. My brother-in-law died of pancreatic and liver cancer. My brother has liver cancer, and my mother has stage 4 kidney disease. All are lifelong residents of Reinhardt. I do not have access to city water. My well water comes from the same source as Reed Creek, which begins its flow in front of my house and will border this subdivision. Please consider the health risks this could cause.
Thank you. Commissioners and ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take just a brief pause. The reason being is we're having the sonars in the camera. We're live streaming this, and so we want to make sure everybody's comments are captured correctly, and we're capturing this on video. So if you want to go ahead.
My name is Arnold Howard. I live at 132 Red Dog Drive. My wife just spoke of a lot of the topics that I would like to just reiterate again, that it needs to be said over and over and over. This subdivision is just not a good idea for our little town, or our little area down there, what we call our little town. Red Dog Drive is a private road, it's a dirt road, and it has one form of egress. It dumps off onto Reinhardt. That is exactly where the schools will be built. So when we start to leave our homes and go down Reinhardt Road, or go to Reinhardt Road, traffic is gonna keep us from being able to access going either left or right. The builder here says that they're gonna move the exit on to 150 by 900 feet, and that's going to help with traffic. I don't understand how that's gonna help. It's just gonna move the access point 900 feet to the left. There's still gonna be the same amount of traffic going in and out. They are saying that there's all these amenities inside this subdivision that nobody on Reinhardt Road, except for those that are living in the subdivision, are going to be able to partake of and enjoy. So it doesn't help us at all for them to have 40 acres of open land. That's open land that should be left alone, in my opinion. One of the things that I see that the builder has forgotten is that all of the information that they're going off of does not take into account the schools and the schools that are going to be built. And he contradicted himself when he said that targeted homes for people that have a certain age is going to help with the schools. The last time I remember, he would not have agreed to build a school if it wasn't going to be filled. So if those children are not coming from that subdivision, they're coming from somewhere, which means that's going to be added traffic to Reinhardt Road. We don't need all that. It's going to be very difficult. Our quality of life is going to suffer from having a school bus parking lot, a subdivision at the other end. And I hope that you'll see fit that we, the people that started the Reinhardt Road and live on Reinhardt Road, will suffer greatly from their being able to build. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Danielle Platt. I live at 227 Graywood Road. It's in Winborn subdivision from Reinhardt. This is my third time in front of you guys. This development is probably gonna happen because you guys have said this is what this land is for. What we shouldn't do is we shouldn't allow this developer to build for it. If you drive up Shingle Road, the road is very, very rough. He did not fix the road properly when he first did Pecan Hills, and it's still rough to this day. On top of that, I really personally would not want you guys to approve this subdivision at all, because there was a coyote in my backyard the other day. Living in Reinhardt Road, there's so much development going on in every direction that you're now putting all the animals out of their home and displacing them. We saw that literally this week when there was a bear in downtown Mooresville. You've got to stop building everywhere in this town. Give the animals someplace to live, please. On top of that, our law enforcement doesn't have enough people as it is. How are we gonna support 300 more homes? There's no way to do that today. And we're gonna have to build another fire department somewhere. Where's that money going to come from? You also have another development asking to be built on the other side of Reinhardt Road today. So how are we gonna keep rezoning and rezoning without adding over that area? And where are these animals going to keep going? In my backyard, where we've had a coyote multiple times now, it's just not getting better. You guys are building everywhere. The planning committee keeps saying they approve, they approve, they approve. We need to stop approving. Can we just let one tree area be and let our kids see a little bit of the environment? Thank you.
Hi, I'm Teresa Shy. Can you hear me with this, or do I need to take it off? So, my third time before you too. I gotta figure out how to do this when I have to lecture my students, but maybe not. You have that?
Can you hold on just a second until she can queue you up, and then she's also gonna, Ms. Glacier's gonna set the timer as well.
Yeah, there's a picture I want to draw attention to. I have a couple questions for the developer, and my brother's a developer. I don't think developers are evil people. That is how the world works. I do want to raise a question about.
If you can just hold on until your time starts.
Okay.
At 3 minutes, and then any questions that you'll have for the developer, they'll have the opportunity at rebuttal to address your questions.
Right, okay, thank you very much. Again, my name's Teresa. I live on 149 Campus Lane, and it's, I don't have a pointer. It's the property that's across from the development, across Reedy Creek on the line. And the question I have is, when you look at the space surrounding the development, that is actually a floodplain along Reedy Creek, 100-year floodplain. It's been flooding a lot in the last year. We have horses, we're kind of a little off of it, but we have horses along that floodplain. We are actually adjacent to the fire station, the Mooresville town property there. We kind of back that, we walk through a field that we heat there. It's flooding, it's like inches of water. So my question is, it looks to me like the green space they count, which is in accord with Mooresville town plan to enhance green space, that 2.97 acres per unit is actually the floodplain. That's where the walking trails will be. You're not walking there very much. It's very heavily wooded, but it's flooding. The other concern I have with that is that's a hillside property. It flows down. We see the flooding come down from the top now. It's like waterfalls. We have lived there 20 years. There were not waterfalls even 4 years ago. It's so if you develop that land, you're not going to have trees and mud and ravines going into a creek which has almost banked its flood level. We've never seen that before. You are going to have concrete, so you're going to have flooding. Reedy Creek's going to flood all the way down, all the neighborhoods to Lake Norman. We've had 100-year floods in North Carolina in the last year. And you're talking about an intersection which, let's think about the connector road on the Zeppa. Anyone drive the connector road when it first started? 2 lanes, wonderful. Oh wow, we can get to town. Now it's jam-packed, crowded. You sit and wait to go through light after light after light. So you've got the connector road, you've got 115, you've got 21, you've got 150, you've got 801 flowing in, you've got developments on every single artery coming in. And then there's Reinhardt right there in the middle of the school. It is going to be very difficult to move around in Mooresville with that many houses. And it's only 17 fewer houses than what was denied in January. So I have faith actually that our town commissioners will in fact vote 3 times against this and think about a plan that preserves quality of life for the town of Mooresville, enhances green space, enhances alternative living, enhances affordable living for our teachers, our firefighters, our policemen, all the people, all the essential workers that have to get up and drive and go to work. And maybe if we think about transportation, and I see bus lines going in, new transportation alternatives, new construction, then maybe a development can happen. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board of Commissioners. My name's Amanda Rivers Lucy. I have lived in Mooresville for 25 years. My husband built our house 26 years, and we have seen a lot of growth in Mooresville, along with the widening project of 150, which brought a 4-lane in front of our Reinhardt Road and added and alleviated a lot of the traffic. But Reinhardt Road also added Windborne Development, 200 homes to the back of it, which added traffic to Reinhardt Road. We've lived through that. And they've added the apartment complex behind Lancaster's Barbecue and expanded Lancaster's Barbecue, which is a very good restaurant and a very popular place on the weekends to eat. And we've lived through that traffic. But we built in Sunshine Estates, which the minimum lot size was 1 acre and went up to 2 acres. We own 1.5 acres on a cul-de-sac, which we love. It's very rural, it's very beautiful, and I have a 15-year-old son who's grown up his entire life in Sunshine Estates as well. And we would like to reserve the ruralness of Reinhardt Road and of Sunshine Estates. It's right off of Ketchy Drive, second road to the paved road to the left as you go down Reinhardt Road. This development backs up to my backyard. Right now I have trees in my backyard. I see nature. Now we'll no longer have the trees in my backyard. I will have the backyards of other houses and other townhomes and duplex and quadplexes. I plead with you, please preserve the ruralness of Reinhardt Road that we love so much and have enjoyed for 26 years. Thank you.
Is there anyone else that's going to be speaking besides the 2 people that are lined up? If so, go ahead. So if you could go ahead and start lining up again along the wall, that'd be appreciated. Please stay 6 feet apart.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm John Rutherford. I live on Reinhardt Road. I have 366 and 348 Reinhardt Road, which is exactly adjacent to the properties there. To remove any ambiguity, I actually believe in the progress of this particular development. If you notice on the old property or the one listing they had on there, everything around this was general industrial. And I could be having this conversation differently if we were going to develop this with a G1 company. I don't want somebody coming in and putting in a factory. I would rather have intelligent development with other residential property, which is typical of what's on Reinhardt Road. So, in my opinion, I think they've done a nice job scaling down. When they first came in with 554 homes, I was a little panicky too. I thought the density was pretty hard. And they brought it down. I think they brought the price point down intelligently, because our market is more that than it is $500 or $500,000. So I think bringing that into perspective was a good thing for the progress of that particular piece of property as well. The other reason I'm for it is I'd rather have somebody else pay for the road improvements besides the town of Mooresville. We're talking $2.5 million to change 2 intersections, which ultimately are going to have to be changed one way or the other. When the schools come in, the traffic that the buses have on there, they're going to have to be able to get in and out of it without creating problems. Somebody's going to have to pay for it. It must be them. Now, I'm a huge believer in development. I'm a huge believer in the tax base growing, the opportunities for business in the marketplace comes from people like this. I don't see any issue here. You know, I did hear health issues out there. I've had my well tested twice this year, and it came up potable on both properties, and I'm directly across from where the old Mooresville landfill is. So there may be some, I don't know, but it's not coming from these landfills and the properties. And I walked the property down and look at the dumps, the farm dumps, and the advantage we get out of getting those cleaned up at somebody else's expense, once again, is huge. Sooner or later, somebody's gonna have to clean those dumps up. It might as well be them. So we have an opportunity here to intelligently grow something in the marketplace, clean up some past problems. They don't seem to have any environmental issues, but they're still a dump. You know, so it's a good thing to have that cleaned out. And the other thing is, it brings an opportunity for, you know, houses from the 2s to the mid-3s. That gives a lot of different people with a lot of different income bands the opportunity to live in an area close to Mooresville, bedroom town of Charlotte, which, you know, everybody's proud of being in Mooresville. That's why. Because we've grown intelligently. And what's happened downtown here in the last 15 years has been noted by everybody in the country. I travel a lot. I will tell you, people talk about Mooresville all the time. So I don't have any objection at all. I think it's a great opportunity for us, and I hope that we look at it that way. Thank you for your time.
Hello there, my name is Melissa DeCosta-Smith, and I live in the Warren community off of Reinhardt Road. I will say I give some props to the developer for listening to the concerns and making some adjustments. But I think the numbers that we're looking at, the first round was ridiculously too populated. So to come down from that, I mean, come on, let's not give too many props because it's still a very dense population. To go from 2.98 to 2.7 isn't really enough to address all the things that we as residents have been talking about. I think that we're still going to be facing, with the school definitely happening, we're going to be facing a tremendous amount of traffic. And just as the one lady said, moving Reinhardt isn't going to do anything to change that. And I clarified with the gentleman about the traffic light. We will never be able to put a traffic light anywhere near there because of the proximity to the lights, which means we will be forced to live with traffic with some mitigation efforts for a long time. I get that we want to make money, we want to have a tax base. One of the things that I question is, I see developments all over Mooresville. There's a huge one off of Waterland, a huge one off of Langtree. You know, I get we need to grow our tax base, but Reinhardt is not a very big road to begin with, and so we're just pushing more and more people in there. And with the development, I'm not a city planner, but I also don't see a lot of jobs coming this way. I work for Lowe's, and we just built a building in Charlotte. So I think that, you know, that how much development do we need? How many houses do we need to bring in when, I don't, you know, yes, we're close to Charlotte, but we're kind of like, you gotta go up 77 all the time to get anywhere. I would also say too, that the price points, maybe I'm not as well off as I might be, but $200,000 for a townhome seems pretty damn steep. And $300,000 for an active adult. I know my mom couldn't afford a $300,000 house. So it's not like we're opening up opportunities for a lot of folks. I understand it's probably frustrating for everyone, but the folks that are trying to build this aren't gonna live there. We're gonna be living it for years and years and years to come. And just the construction traffic alone for the schools and this development will be significant, and that road just can't handle it. Thank you.
My name is Jenna Marino. I live on Campus Lane as well. My home is actually, you could actually see it on this, they took the lines off, but it's right there. So I'm just one of the faces that's going to be negatively impacted by this development. I have two children, a 2-year-old and a 5-year-old. We've lived in our house for 6 years now. We bought our house because we wanted to grow a family there with no intention of leaving. We bought it because it is beautiful. I live on 2 acres, and I cannot imagine 5 houses being on my little 2-acre lot. because that's what it sounds like, 2.7, right, is per acre, that would be the equivalent. So yeah, my house is on here, and it looks like there's going to be a walking trail right up on my property line. So, I'm with all the other people that are for preserving the ruralness. Sorry, this is upsetting me. And they say it matches the surrounding area, and I don't think it does. I disagree with that, because you come to my house, it is beautiful and quiet, and I don't think this says quiet at all.
Good evening, my name is Dennis Watson. I live at 166 Pecan Hills Drive in Mooresville. My wife and I were in the first house in Pecan Hills, and we were attracted to that development because we were promised a pool, a top lot, a cabana, nice entryways, monuments, attractive lighting. After 12 years, we have no pool, no cabana, no top lot. Addressing Mr. Schreiber's comment about the pool, it was originally supposed to be in phase 1, which is on Shingle Road. It's not there. It was then moved to phase 2. It's not there. If you look at the recent plot map for phase 3, there's no place for the pool. He addressed about money being set aside for the pool, but the last financial statement we looked at, I don't see any money for the pool. Mr. Myers has promised us monuments at all the entry points. We do have one set of monuments on Pecan Hills Drive. The monument of Bay Laurel, he failed to provide an easement for the property for the monument up, and based on comments of the owners, they won't give it to them. Mr. Sanseveros mentioned earlier, the monument on Charliewood, the residents want it. They've actually participated in the design. They provided it to Mr. Myers, and he has yet to approve it. Until recently, we had a street that had not been paved for over 3 years. It just finally got paved. We just recently got our sidewalks finished up. We've had issues with lighting, and that's recently been fixed. The irrigation system recently been fixed. The irony in all of this is this just happened after this last board meeting when we brought these same points up. My biggest concern here is that what assurances this is not going to happen with this new development? That amenities are promised to this new community and they get dragged out year after year after year. I don't know if the board's got the power to do it, but if you do approve this, I would ask you to figure out some way to have the developer provide a surety bond or some type of an escrow for amenities so this new community doesn't suffer the way we have. As information, we've had 2 builders in Pecan Hills. We've had Ryan Homes and Lennar, and they left. We can discuss why. We have different opinions. Mr. Myers brought in a 3rd builder called Livewell. They folded. And when they left debris. They built us tract homes for rentals, which is pull down our pumps. And it's not so much because they're rentals, but because they have the awful outward appearance of the homes. If you drive down Sassafras, look at the yards. The yards are atrocious. The shrubbery is atrocious. They're not well kept. This is a responsibility in our minds of the HOA to manage this, and HOA is controlled by Mr. Myers. It's not being done. I sincerely doubt Mr. Myers makes occasional visits to the community to see what needs to be done to enhance the quality of the neighborhood. Is this going to happen to the new one? I have concerns we may see lack of response and attention with the development as he did with Pecan Hills. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Mark Lally. I live at 399 Reinhardt Road, which is right at the northern tip, wherever you see that red dot of that northern intersection. Apparently, I'm going to have a driveway going right into my house. And if anyone is familiar with that curve, my living there for the last 8 years, there's been at least 20 accidents coming around that curve, people losing control and crashing. Now you're going to put an intersection there with 300 homes, 300 plus homes, that's 2 cars per home. That's about 700 homes, possibly going, 700 cars, north or south every day, twice a day. Not even counting the school. And you wanna put an intersection right there, and you wanna put 350 homes on a road that can barely handle what it does now. That's just my thoughts. I think it's way too highly condensed. I know Mooresville wants to develop, they're gonna develop, but there's just way too many homes in there to handle the traffic. People died in that curve already. If you wanna see more, go ahead and develop it. Thank you very much.
My name is Will Lawrence. I live at 149 Campus Lane, and my property backs up to the subject property. And by now you've heard all the arguments many times before. This is actually my 3rd time speaking before the board, and I'd like to be here. But at the same time, we need to just consider, when does the development stop? We can talk about this all day long, we can talk about traffic, but Mooresville, in my opinion, having lived here for almost 20+ years, has become just yet another bedroom community for Charlotte, much like Clemensville and Cornelius. And you can do all the TIAs you want all day long, but factor in the TIAs that have been done with other developments that are going on. So my neighbors and friends here have already talked about this. The traffic is becoming incredible. Where we live, we hear sirens every day coming down Highway 21, Highway 150. It doesn't stop. And I feel for our law enforcement and rescue people because they spend most of their time responding to accidents. So that said, and I'll just say this, stop it going up. In this pandemic we're living through, do you really need to be planning for another school right now? Nobody's addressed that at all. We might not need schools here in the near future. Maybe we will. Hopefully, we will get through this. I don't think we need to be planning for a school at this point in time. So I would ask, put this on hold for the time being. As many of my friends and neighbors have said, yes, ultimately this is probably development. But maybe it might be lost some time to do this. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Joan Little. I live at 200 Kilmer Lane, Allison Park. My property is not directly attached to the Reinhardt Village property, but we have over 300 homes in Allison Park, completely surrounded by general industrial. We've been there for over 25 years, and the neighborhood has been a joy to live in. I thought that the comments made by the builder or contractor were very reasonable and appropriate. Frankly, I would love to see another housing community or residential area close by. And I was here by accident tonight, by the way. I thought I was going to a planning board meeting, and here I am. So I'm so happy that I had a chance to add a comment.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would wish to speak to this agenda item? You're welcome to at this time. Anyone else? Once I close public comment portion of this public hearing, then the rest of the discussion will be between the developer and the council, or staff and the council, or amongst the commissioners themselves. So just want to make sure, if you haven't spoken and you want the opportunity, now's the time. I do have one comment that was submitted via email, so I'm going to call on Ms. Glacier to read that, please.
Thank you, Mayor. This was received from Edward Ball of 122 Bossburg Drive on Wednesday, July 1st. It says, empty land has been trying multiple times to rezone and force development of these parcels. Each time.
Could you hold the mic up, please?
Empty land has been trying multiple times to rezone and force development of these parcels. Each time met with opposition and ultimately denied. From the beginning, MT has withheld information from neighbors and ignores our complaints. There's already heavy traffic in the area, which will be intensified when new schools are built on Reinhardt. Bonds have already been approved for the school. There's significant industrial development in the area adding to the traffic. The property was once a dump and is being investigated by the Department of Environmental and Natural Resources. It lies in a floodplain, and clearing for building houses will greatly increase runoff of rainwater, causing flooding locally and downstream before ending up in Lake Norman. I strongly urge you to deny this rezoning request and any future requests on this property in the future.
Thank you, and commissioners, with that, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment portion of this public hearing and invite the applicant to come forward for rebuttal.
Thank you again. Obviously, there were a lot of comments made, and I'm going to do my best to address them quickly. I'd like to start with the Pecan Hills neighborhood. Again, going back to the pool, with the talk of moving from phase to phase. We're still not at the 75% occupancy for the community to meet the threshold of putting the pool in. With the last phase that's being developed, that threshold will be met, the pool will be built. As far as paving the road, the town does have very specific requirements as to the number of homes that must be built on the street before it can be paved. There are bonds still in place for the town that will be removed now that the paving has been done. Those bonds have been in place. It's a requirement with any new community when you develop that you put bonds in place for the improvements. The comment about Charles being in charge of the HOA, it's factually inaccurate. William Douglas is the management company. They handle all of the issues. Charles is just a declarant in the community. He doesn't have control over the HOA. And the debris pictures that you were shown, there is one retaining wall that needs to be built at the crossing. And that's the only debris that's still there. It's not debris, it's construction materials to build a wall at that new sidewalk where you have a drop off to the bottom. So that material is still going to be used in the very near future. As far as other comments, as you can see, there are actually two entrances, the Reinhardt Road realignment, as well as an additional entry at the furthest point of the community. The roundabout, there actually isn't a roundabout. It's a T intersection. The section of Reinhardt Road beyond where we realign will be abandoned and taken out. But the roundabout, we're reserving right away for a possible future roundabout if NCDOT at any point determines that they want a roundabout there. We were asked to do that as part of our traffic study. We're not building a roundabout, it's simply a T intersection that we're building. Again, the toxic waste, you have the letter from water quality. They found nothing on this site. As far as other people having issues with their wells, I completely feel for them, but we will not be on wells here. We'll be on Mooresville Water and Sewer. People mentioned the realignment of Reinhardt not providing benefit. Have to disagree, as that first off eliminates the dangerous intersection currently existing at Reinhardt and 115, or at 150, sorry. But in addition, with our new realignment, we'll have left and right turn lanes under there, which will help the flow of traffic, reduce the backups on Reinhardt. The schools obviously are continuing to be mentioned, but the schools aren't gonna do any road improvements at all. So us going in here and making the improvement here and at the intersection of 115 and Reinhardt Road will significantly reduce the traffic there that wouldn't be addressed with the school going in without our neighborhood going in. A comment was made about Shinville Road and it not being improved. There were never any road improvements required as part of the Shinville Road, or the Pecan Hills community. So I'm not sure what was expected there, but there was no road improvements required with that community. As far as the lot sizes, unfortunately, the entire Charlotte metro area is experiencing a changing demographic. The rural feel of the entire area has changed. People's needs have changed. I know myself personally, I live on a smaller lot, it's about a quarter acre. I have 5 kids, travel baseball, travel soccer, tennis lessons, the whole 9 yards. People these days don't want the bigger yards to have to maintain. You know, we're spending our weekends on the ball fields, last thing we want to do is come home and mow an acre yard. So the reality is, most of the demographics are changing and people's desires are geared more towards the smaller lot. We do understand that that's not for everybody, but that is what people want. They want the large neighborhood community centers that they don't have to maintain. They go down there, they swim, they go home, they're done. Let's see, as far as the items that were brought up with regards to flooding. First off, we're not building in a floodplain, and as part of our engineering, we are required to install BMPs, which retain the water on site. We're required to retain or discharge the same amount of water post-construction as pre-construction. So those, the impact of the neighborhood is not what people think it would be, because we do have to retain the water on site. Size of developments. First off, we're at the low end of what the One Mooresville plan calls for at the 3 units per acre. The One Mooresville plan actually calls for 3 to 6 units per acre. So we're at the very low end of what Mooresville actually anticipated for this particular property. We're close to town, we're close to shopping. When you're planning neighborhoods, you want everything closer. You want more homes instead of spreading out the traffic. You know, you have this, you still need this many homes, whether it's on this particular property over many properties. The more properties you build for the same number of homes, the more road improvements you have to make to other roads in addition to the roads that are here. And with the size of developments, by doing these bigger communities, we end up having to make these road improvements that wouldn't be required. You've got 3 parcels out here, 4 parcels currently out here. If each one of these parcels were developed independently and not as a master plan community, wouldn't be getting any road improvements at all, because they don't meet the threshold to go to the NCDOT requirements for doing the traffic study. So master plan communities are a huge benefit to the town in everything that we bring to it, the amenities, the road improvements and things of that nature. I had read a study not too long ago that Mooresville is actually a net importer of people. You don't have enough houses to support all of the jobs that do exist in Mooresville. There's more people coming into Mooresville to work. So it's not necessarily true that this would be a bedroom community for sure. There are a lot of jobs in Mooresville, and we continue to see that growth on a daily basis. And last item I want to address is the affordability. We tried to do more townhomes initially so that we could address the workforce housing needs study that was done by the town. But townhomes from the low 200s is actually extremely affordable for the Charlotte area. The average townhome price in the Charlotte MSA, which includes Mooresville and Gaston County, all the surrounding counties, is approaching $300,000. So we are definitely doing our best to address affordability. We want the police and fire and teachers to have somewhere to live, quality housing. So we have done our best to balance the needs of the town, the needs of the neighbors, to really incorporate the best possible plan.
Thank you. Commissioners, any comments or questions for the applicant? Commissioner West.
Thank you, Mayor. I know this is the third time that you've looked at this. I know you've reduced the number of units in there, you've reshaped it. You've also had conversations with the school district, is that correct?
Correct.
And so what, do they provide any input to you?
We were told, based on the size of this community, that there is capacity in both the elementary and middle school at this time. And especially with the timeline of when this is being built, the new middle school should be online by the time we really start having neighbors in the community. So they don't, based on my conversations with them, they did not have any problems with this particular community and the timeline of what we're building. Especially they like the fact that we were doing a third of it as active adult age target to help reduce impacts.
So comments or questions? Hearing none, thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
So I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank you on behalf of the town board of commissioners for being so respectful, civil, going through this process. It's very much appreciated, and it does not go unnoticed. So thank you all very much for your patience and for your civility in this public hearing. So at this time, commissioners, the chair will certainly entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to the district rezone request for empty land, LLC.
Commissioner Houston's made a motion to approve the conditional rezoning request for Menacee Land LLC for properties located on Reinhardt Road, to go from single family R2 to single family R3 with conditions R3C, and Ms. Crawford, you have identified what those conditions are. If you could include those in the motion.
Mayor, two conditions are the approved concept plan and the TIA mitigation measures agreement.
Thank you, Ms. Crawford. Is there a second to the motion?
Second.
Commissioner West has seconded the motion. Is there discussion on the motion? Commissioner Houston.
I think it's a great project, and we talk about infill, building, and yeah, we look at a tax base, but we also look at one of our biggest problems, road condition, and Reinhardt is a road that needs a lot of improvement, and I don't see where our tax money gonna come from. NCDOT is not gonna fix 150, all 150, all 115. And it's going to be growth, and I think the infield keep some of the schools, children won't have to drive to school, it will be walkable, and one more plan that said we want to be around places where people can shop and walk, and I think this project gonna blend in. I know people want to keep the country, but you know, more will change. A lot of people say 20, 25 years, I've been here 6 to 8 years. And there's a lot of houses on Reinhardt Road. I would assume I used to hunt there before the house was built there. And so, you know, this time has changed, it's 2020. So I think it's a infield where we don't have to hit the road, get some road improvement, and see what we can do on 115 to mitigate traffic from going down Reinhardt Road. But that's gonna be down the road in the future.
Thank you, Commissioner. Some additional discussion on the motion. Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Let's see your hands. And those opposed? Commissioner Qualls and Commissioner Beamer are opposed. So the motion does carry, ladies and gentlemen. So the conditional rezoning request has been approved by a vote of 4 to 2. At this time, the chair will entertain a statement of reasonableness and compliance. Commissioner Houston?
zoning request amended, approved, and consistent with the town one more comprehensive plan and is reasonable and in public interest because the land use plan designates the area as neighborhood residential and the proposed zoning meets the character of the land use plan.
Commissioner Houston's offered up a statement of reasonableness and compliance. Is there a second to the statement? Commissioner West has seconded that statement. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Commissioner Qualls, Commissioner Dingler. Again, the statement is passed 4-2. So, ladies and gentlemen, this rezoning, conditional rezoning request has passed 4-2. At this time, we're going to go for a 15-minute recess. Commissioner, see you back here at 8:30. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna go ahead and call the meeting back to order. Commissioners, I'm gonna go ahead and call the meeting back to order and, direct your attention to agenda item 6H. This is a conditional rezoning request from BRT Communities LLC for properties located at 2357 Statesville. At this time, Chair will open the public hearing and recognize Mr. Wilson.
Before you this evening, we have another conditional rezoning petition. This is to go from residential R2 to residential mixed use with conditions at 2357 Statesville Highway. Again, you can see the property, it's very similar in location to the previous application you had. The condition with this would be an approved concept plan. So the property is just over 7 acres. It's located at 2357 Statesville Highway. You can see on the aerial where this property is located in relation to 115. The Norfolk Southern rail line forms the western property boundary. And then Whitman and Goodman circles in the neighborhoods fill into the north and the east. The current use is single-family residential. The Whitman Circle is the main access point. It connects to 115 just off the screen. That is a public road, as is Goodwin Circle, and Whitman Circle has a 30-foot right-of-way. Currently, the zoning for this property is R2. It does have corridor overlay district in place. That's for fronting 115, but as I mentioned with Norfolk Southern, where it is, the track where it is, it really only impacts having additional landscaping buffer along 115. The by right uses on this property are single-family residential, some duplex, manufactured homes, as well as some schools and other institutional uses. Again, this is two units an acre for density. The future land use designation is one you've seen before. It is neighborhood residential. It encourages interconnected neighborhoods. Again, separating higher intensity uses from lower intensity uses. The intent is single family home, townhome, small scale low rise apartments, 3 to 6 units an acre. Another note for the future land use designation that you'll see under opportunities is that infill development should be guided by the context of the surrounding neighborhood, which we believe is important in this particular instance. The project request before you is for a 48-unit multifamily development. That's at 6.93 units an acre. The project does include the required 20% open space and also 84 parking spaces, which exceeds the minimum number required, that's 81. The project is also improving Whitman Circle. So on the bottom of the screen is 115. You can see the Norfolk Southern rail line down here. This is Whitman Circle coming up. So the property that fronts Whitman Circle would be getting improved. As Whitman Circle is 30-foot right-of-way, does not meet town standard. Even though it is a public road, so the applicant is proposing to improve that portion of Whitman Circle that fronts the property. Due to the size of this project, no TIA is required as it falls beneath the threshold of needing a TIA. The existing neighborhood, so you saw in the aerial, the neighborhood to the east and the north is single-family homes, a little bit larger lots, about 1.4 units an acre. The one Mooresville plan, as I mentioned, looks for this property to be single-family homes, townhomes, small-scale low-rise multifamily at 3 to 6 units an acre, and infill development should use the context of the existing neighborhood. Access is on Whitman Circle, which does have a 30-foot right-of-way. Assuming this project would be approved, the next steps are construction drawings to town staff, and then moving forward with county staff, getting land disturbance permit and building permitting. During the planning board meeting, there were 5 citizens that spoke against the project. Staff did recommend denial to the planning board, as the project is inconsistent with one Mooresville plan and incompatible with the existing neighborhood. Planning board did recommend denial to the town board through a 6-to-1 vote. Happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Wilson, are you able to pull up Google Maps? Thank you.
Bear with me just
Just to give the commissioners opportunity, if they have questions and they want to look around the area, if you're able to do that, that's appreciated. Thank you.
So the intersection of 150 and 115,
You just don't satellite. There you go, thank you.
Whitman Circle, and this is the property here.
No, thank you, I appreciate it. So Commissioners, any comments or questions, from Mr. Wilson? Just want to make sure you had an aerial view, of the property. Mr. Claus?
Just for clarification, it looks like on the plan that these are to be three-story buildings, if I read that correctly.
Yes, ma'am, that's correct.
Right now, they're just not going to be in that residential area, so I drove out through there, I didn't see any three-story.
No, it's much smaller homes, and one Mooresville plan calls for 1 to 2 story buildings, being low rise, multifamily.
Thank you for clarification.
Any other comments or questions? Mr. Wilson? None, thank you. Mr. Wilson, I appreciate you taking the time to do that. At this time, I'm going to offer up the applicant, if the applicant's here and they wish to present, they're welcome to this time.
Get me before. Can you get off the PDF? No. Can you get off the PDF?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. I appreciate you that we have time in front of you this evening. My name is Bill Scanlon. I am the managing member of the BTR Communities Group, the applicant for this rezoning request. Let me begin by stating that this proposed development will be workforce housing targeted to families and individuals in the 30% to 80% median income range. So for this area here in Mooresville, that's roughly 14,000 to 58,000 in income. Occupancy at existing workforce housing developments here in Mooresville is at 98.9% according to recent surveys. That reflects a very strong need for additional housing. A recent market analyst estimated that there is an overall demand of approximately 1,300 households that would benefit from additional workforce housing here in Mooresville. Our proposed 48 units only addresses 3.7% of that need that you have. We worked closely with the Mooresville Planning and Community Development Department in order to address all ordinance requirements and design standards that you have. We have intentionally brought this design forward to help Mooresville address multiple points related to workforce housing issues within the town. I have up on the screen for you an example of our typical community buildings that we use in these developments and a typical elevation of a residential building. Let me first highlight several points from the One Mooresville document. On page 9, sections called About One Mooresville, and under the heading Providing Opportunities for Developing New Housing Choices, it says the following, and I quote, Mooresville has initiated several efforts to expand housing choices, particularly to provide new housing that is attainable by the local workforce. Nearly 70% of the workers employed in Mooresville commute into work each day. That was 70%. Many because they don't have adequate housing options to live within the town. I would say that our development that we're proposing would provide affordable housing for Mooresville's local workforce, particularly in the nearby retail and educational sectors. On page 10 of the One Mooresville plan, it reads, under the heading, Enduring What We Value, it lists the following, quote, having a variety of neighborhood living options that support a diversity of households. On page 11, under the heading, Inclusive What We Value, your One Mooresville plan states having households that is affordable to workers in our community. I will tell you that our proposed development will be affordable as a result of the rents and estimated utilities are capped at 35% of the tenant's adjusted income. That is considered affordable. Page 150 in your plan, under the heading of promoting a vibrant economy, reads as follows, and I quote, "Workforce housing is not easy to achieve. Nationally, this is one of the more pervasive community issues that local governments are addressing through a variety of tools. The communities that do succeed are not only protecting their residents, but are also enjoying a competitive economic advantage in attracting both talent and business," unquote. And again, I'll point out that these are references directly from the One Mooresville document that we are addressing. You saw this just a moment ago. This is a proposed site plan. Whitman Circle was pointed out to be to the left. The railroad and Highway 115 are to the bottom of the screen. 4 residential properties are across the top of the boundary. And to the right, off the screen, is basically commercial light industrial work. I'd like to point out a couple of highlights, several positive points that the staff noted in their report. The plan contains the required 20% open space, including a playground, picnic shelter, and retained existing trees clusters along Highway 115. If you notice at the bottom of this drawing, the large clusters of green, those are existing trees on the property that we will be retaining. The plan contains 84 parking spaces, which exceeds the 81 required by the ordinances. Public water and sewer are available at this site. Continuing, the development is not large enough to require traffic impact analysis, only at 48 units. Developer will upgrade Whitman Circle in front of the property to town standards. Concept plans are compliant with all applicable town standards and zoning ordinances. There is one statement within the planning staff report that I'd like to clarify for you, if you've read through that. Under the section called Neighborhood Compatibility, the report reads, access to the site will take all new traffic through the existing neighborhood. Well, actually, the site access is available from 2 main roads, as I believe you heard just a moment ago. The first is Statesville Highway 115, where you would turn into Whitman Circle and then immediately turn right. In doing so, you pass the Whitman Park Baptist Church parking lot, and then you would turn into the development. And the entrance to the development there is basically in the center of the screen on the left-hand side. The Whitman Park Baptist Church is off the screen to the left. This route, as I said, does not pass any residential property. Now, the other entrance would be off of Oak Ridge Farm Highway, which is Highway 150, onto Goodwin Circle. And in that case, yes, if you came up through the neighborhood, you would pass some of the residential properties. But despite these positive attributes, the staff went on to conclude that this request is inconsistent with the One Mooresville plan. And they did this by relying solely on the neighborhood residential attributes. Take a look at this shot, which you asked for just a moment ago from Google Earth. You can see I've outlined where the site is. And I will point out to you that the border at the bottom of that site is adjacent to the mixed-use corridor designation. The site itself is in an area that's referred to as neighborhood residential. And while our proposed development, as you heard just a moment ago from the staff, may be outside of the suggested uses for neighborhood residential, the site is immediately adjacent to areas identified in the land use plan as mixed-use corridor, which that consideration should have been taken up by the planning staff, and it was not, in my opinion. I'm going to quote from the future character and land use map that's on page 47 of your One Mooresville comprehensive plan. Quote, it says this: boundaries are meant as guidance for decision makers. Properties located on the edges of boundaries should be reviewed for context and appropriate designation on a case-by-case basis. This statement reinforces the fact that One Mooresville plan is directed to addressing town areas, not specific properties. Our site is bordered to the west by an existing rail line and by Statesville Highway 115. To the north by a church. To the south, as you can see on this drawing, this image, by several large commercial operations, and to the east by 4 single-family lots. Based on the existing land uses, we would contend that the site is more appropriately evaluated under the mixed-use corridor characteristics. And if you consider the requested use in relation to the desired characteristics of the mixed-use corridor, it follows to a T the desired development form. You saw a little while ago in the staff's presentation a page out of One Mooresville plan that talked about residential, and it had the table saying how many stories and density, et cetera. If you look at that same table for mixed use, we are at the bottom of those ranges that are in that table. So while the proposed site does not border while it does border 4 single-family lots, we've taken care to locate the taller residential buildings, and I'm going to back up here so you can see. The taller residential buildings, as much as about 150 feet, which is as far as we can go, from these existing homes, and have placed smaller single-story amenity structures, which you can see up there, adjacent to the single-family lots. And we have provided buffering per the town guidelines. This approach is in keeping with the One Mooresville plan, which suggests on page 66, quote, when tall buildings are near neighborhood context or lower height, the height of the new development should be lower or step down to the existing neighborhood. Additionally, in terms of building height, density, setbacks, parking, street character, the proposed approved concept plans meet all of the desired characteristics of the land use plan for the adjoining mixed-use corridor planning area. In further support of my comments in comparison, let me read a quote related to a multifamily project unanimously recommended for approval by the planning board in May, as published by the Lake Norman Media Group on June 9th, 2020. Referring to the article, it reads as follows, and this is quote, even though the request does not meet the One Mooresville plan, staff recommends approval of this conditional rezoning because the site is on the periphery of the district and is close to Main Street, so it acts as a buffer between the commercial and residential uses. That's what the planning board said, and it recommended that the rezoning be approved. In my opinion, what I just read, you could substitute Statesville Highway 115 in lieu of the reference to Main Street. We are on the peripheral of another section. It acts as a transition between commercial and residential. It's a very good use for the site. The southern property line of this site abuts the mixed-use corridor, as I mentioned. That's identified in the future character and land use map on page 42 of the One Mooresville document. We believe our plans are totally in line with this adjoining use. Staff has mentioned before that this parcel should be in keeping with adjacent neighborhood lots, large lots, 1 acre lots or more. I wonder, how many 1 acre homes have been built within the town limits in the last 6 years? And of those, how many were next to a railroad track, a highway, and adjacent to a mixed-use industrial like commercial use? That type of use for this site, in my opinion, makes no sense, given the limitations of the property and its location. Regarding my required community outreach efforts for this rezoning request, 44 property owners who represent 55 residential parcels here were mailed on April 28th correspondence and approved concept plans. I also included the architect's rendering of a building elevation, and I provided an email address for anybody who had questions in order for them to communicate back to me. And I mentioned in that email that any correspondence we had, I would bring before this board this evening. As of today, July 6, 2020, I have not received correspondence from any neighborhood resident property owner And I will remind you that normally we would do one-on-one meetings or group meetings, but due to the restriction of COVID-19, I chose to communicate with the residents via mail. Let me take you quickly through the adjacent areas in case you're not familiar with it. This is the track that runs along Highway 115, one border of our property. The existing property has an abandoned house on it currently. Crossing the entrance, what would be the entrance to our property is the Whitman Baptist Church. This is the view along Whitman in both directions. And coming out of Whitman, headed up to the top of the site plan is a U-Haul center, and then a turn where Whitman goes over onto 115. A view from the property across the railroad tracks. And then in the surrounding areas that are in the commercial mixed use, you have developments such as these. Now, I want to point out that one of the concerns that's always brought up in a development like this, and we heard it in the last session, is traffic, and concern about traffic in the area. In this area right here, you can see where Whitman, right in the center of your screen, joins on to 115. And what we are proposing, and this is new information for you and not previously discussed with the planning board, because I've just, within the last week, arrived at this through feedback. We would propose and be willing to put in a work with DOT, to put in a left-hand turn lane on 115 if you're going from the top of your screen to the bottom of your screen there. A left-hand turn lane on the Whitman. And I would propose that that would not only help our development, but it would help the existing residents there and the members of the Whitman Baptist Church as well, with traffic concerns turning on and off of 115. Here's a ground view of that left-hand turn. So that's 115 running up the screen, Whitman's on the left, crossing the railroad tracks. Our property that we're proposing is in the trees in the background there on the left-hand side. So in conclusion, let me just say, we appreciate that the Technical Review Committee reviewed the project and it guided us to reach an approved plan, a plan which meets all applicable town standards. We also appreciate the planning staff review of the proposal. However, we believe that because of surrounding existing land use, the site should more appropriately be considered against the mixed-use corridor guidelines in terms of its character. That being the case, we would suggest that our proposed use is very much in keeping with the One Mooresville plan. I trust that we can work together to bring additional workforce housing to Mooresville while developing a parcel that is currently abandoned, has been on the market for over 6 years. A multifamily workforce housing development will serve both as an excellent transitional property and a good neighbor in the area. Our proposed development is consistent with the One Mooresville plan and its surrounding uses. I thank you for your consideration. I'll be glad to answer your questions.
Thank you for that presentation. Someone will recognize Ms. Crawford to review the conditions, and then if that's also a condition that's going to be added with the left-hand turn lane.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Scanlon, just for the record, are you agreeable to the following conditions? One, the approved concept plan, and let me make sure I got this right, to install a left-hand turn lane onto Whitman Circle from Highway 115, which would be subject to DOT approval and in accordance with DOT standards.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Crawford. Comments or questions from commissioners? Mr. Pauls?
Mr. Scanlon, thank you for that presentation. Just a quick question about your, you said this would be based on basic affordable and income-based. Is this HUD housing?
Is this what?
HUD housing?
It is not HUD housing. It is, the funding for this project is part of the North Carolina Housing Finance Agency LIHTC review each year, which I participated. And that allows us, if we are successful in receiving an award, It allows us to have tax credits allocated to the property. We are able to syndicate those tax credits, which go to bring funding directly into the project. This development is approximately, right now, estimated to be about $7.7 million as proposed. And by using the tax credits, if you're not familiar with the program, by using the tax credits, you're able to have less debt on the property at the end of the day. Less debt means you have less debt to service, which means you don't have to have as much income in rental revenues, which allows us to keep the rents in the 35% range, which is the goal of that program, one of the most successful housing programs in the United States.
Yes, sir, thank you for that. And if you're not successful in those tax credits for the 2020 or the 2021, will that then change the scope of the rental if this is approved?
If we are not successful in our application, this project will not move forward at this time.
And when would you be applying for those? I think the 19 awards, I didn't see this listed and haven't seen the 2020 list.
I'm sorry.
Have you made application with NC Housing?
This is with North Carolina Finance Agency, yes.
You've made application for
Yes,
the
ma'am.
2020 awards? Okay, I didn't see your name on the
Yeah,
list.
it's there. And I'm just going to, if I may, make a further comment on that. This particular project is in good standing with respect to the competition that we are up against for this area.
Commissioner Houston?
Yes, my question, something we've been looking for affordable housing. The area has been a lot different, where the location we talking about. But what kind of improvement would be done on Whitman Circle? You showed that maybe putting in the turn lane, but in front of the church, I would like to see how far your property run in front of the church instead of just cutting it off.
The approved concept plan and the TRC's requirements for us are that we would improve the section of Whitman Circle that is adjacent to our property, so along the property line of Whitman Circle, to town standards.
Thank you.
Commissioner West?
Thank you, Mayor. More just a comment. I'm not thrilled about the location. I wasn't thrilled about Reinhardt Road, but we got a lot of improvements on the roads necessary for the schools on the Reinhardt Road project. This one is really close to the intersection of Statesville and 150. And that's a concern of mine. I drove past there, I drove in there, I think I almost hit a chicken. But at the same point in time, there are some good things. We look at our young teachers, our police officers, or firefighters that are in that income range that I'd rather see living in Mooresville than outside of Mooresville.
I'm with you 100%.
It's close to the Mooresville Business Park, which can serve manufacturing jobs. But I want to make clear the only reason that I would even consider at least voting for it is that there would be, because when I go in there, there's no lefts to get in there, only rights. So I want to make sure that this would be, if it is approved, it's a condition with the NCDOT approved left-hand turn lane on southbound Statesville going into Whitman Circle.
Thank you, Commissioner West. Just to clarify the condition that Mr. West stated, the left-hand turn lane would be on the southbound area onto Whitman Circle.
That's correct.
Thank you, Commissioner West. Additional comments or questions? Commissioner Compton?
Thank you, Mayor. Sir, it sounds like this left-hand turn lane was kind of last minute. I mean, I don't mean to be that strong with that statement, but it seems like it was. How can you guarantee NCDOT will let you do this? We'll go along with that.
I am not able to guarantee DOT will let us do it.
So it might not happen.
Beg pardon?
It might not happen.
That's always a possibility, sure. We have no way of knowing at this point in time, but I would suspect, given the existing conditions out on our road, that it would certainly be highly considered, particularly if we're willing to pick up the expense to do that.
Sure, oh, big experience, absolutely, that's probably a check mark on that. And Commissioner Houston brought up a question, about the bringing the town standards along your frontage, Whitman Circle frontage for your complex. How many feet is that approximately?
In which direction?
The right of way or whatever you're gonna improve on Whitman Circle, bringing it to town standards.
Okay.
I mean, because the reason I'm asking this, Whitman Circle and Goodwin are not town standards. And you're gonna bring part of that up to town standards. I just wonder how much of that are you bringing to town standards? I mean, is it not even a quarter of a mile? I mean, is it 300 feet or 500 feet or something like that? And I guess my point is, most of that area, 98% of it is not town standards. In fact, it's a cut through from Oak Ridge Farm to 115. And the town had installed speed bumps on there because it is such a cut through. And the residents have a problem with that and some have called me or contacted me regarding more traffic at 48 units, whether that's 48 cars or times 2, whatever you'll say.
Yeah.
So that's the biggest concern I've heard. You maybe haven't heard from them, but some of us have.
That was raised.
Contacted me.
Yeah, that was raised, those comments were raised at the planning board meeting as well, so I have heard that.
Great.
To answer your question, and I'm just quickly scaling off a small site plan that I have here.
Sure.
I would say we're in about 350 feet, probably, from corner to corner on our property.
Just curious, that's good to know, but again, it concerns me is not the rest of the whole area, from Oak Ridge Farm all the way up, except for by your project is not town standard, so I do have concern with that. Thank you, sir. It's a great presentation, by the way.
Thank you.
Mr. Nealon.
Yeah, Ms. Crawford, finish you something, please?
Absolutely.
In this situation, it's a condition of approval. This shows no turning lane again, or it's left turn. If that's not allowed, then the project's going to move forward.
Yes, if the condition is subject to DOT approval, and they're required, so if DOT doesn't require it, it could, because that condition is subject to their approval. So if the board were to vote to approve this project, and that is a condition that the developer adds a turn lane subject to DOT approval, and they do not approve it, the project can move forward even without the turn lane.
Well, I appreciate that. Just to make a statement, in this town, we spend a lot of money, a lot of time, and there's people on this board that spend a lot of effort in this board from one Mooresville plan, and the fact that we have this housing study. And if one Mooresville plan was here, and I was going to ask the money, where does it want projects like this? Because we hear this every day. But every day, every time we hear about this, it never fits the area. It needs to go somewhere else, it needs to be shoved off. But for affordable housing, my question is, and this, we go back to staff and so forth, where does it go?
Additional comments or questions for the applicant? Mr. Compton?
One more. Just clarify for me, because I've heard two different terms. I've heard affordable housing and workforce housing.
Same.
Same, it's the same thing.
Same concept.
Okay, thank you.
And sir, to the previous question, if I just may say, as I alluded to briefly here in my presentation, a site such as this is an excellent location for this type of development. The likelihood of additional single-family homes being built on that 7-acre parcel is relatively thin, in my opinion, and I support some of that through the fact that this parcel has been for sale for over 6 years and has had no activity on it to move forward. In addition, you don't just have residential surrounding it completely, as we've already talked about. You've got some commercial, you've got some light industrial. You do have residential, and then you have church as well. Not to mention a railroad track and a highway. That you will find that multifamily often acts as the very good transition property for those types of areas.
Mr. Houston?
I guess my question again is that I'm not sure if it's 31, 40-some residents in that area, and you say you didn't get any reply back from anyone from your
I did not get a single email back regarding my question, my materials. In complete honesty here, I received 2 emails. Well, one had to do with, was I interested in buying a parcel of land there? And the other had to do with, could I use rose bushes that are existing on the property? But as far as any questions regarding the actual, development itself, I have not received a single email as of today. And that was mailed in April.
But I'm just kind of strange that you have that many suggesting that we're talking about maybe coming through the certain streets and not upstanding. But I know the planning board said they had 5 people come forward and like to hear what some of their concerns was. But I agree with Commissioner Dingman. If we don't find somewhere to put these affordable houses, we just wasted some money about a year or 2 ago. Because everywhere we find some places not suitable, it's gonna change the neighborhood. So I don't know what we want, where we're going with this, but I think it's a project that we've been looking for because if you can use the stats of the Mooresville employees, half of them don't live here in Mooresville. And I think we pay our guys pretty good fair wages, but they can't afford to live in Mooresville. So we can't put this, where people have to go to substandard living in other towns, per se, I won't say, with crime and drugs, then what are we gonna ever do in Mooresville? So, I don't know, I guess we just keep working at it.
Well, it is a problem that exists across this country.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions, Mr. Close?
Quick question, is there any option for this to go to a 2-story?
I'm sorry, what was
Is
that?
there any option to go to a 2-story as opposed to a 3-story?
That would not be possible at this point, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Any other comments or questions? If I may just ask a question about the rental rates and the number of units, so is it 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, 3 bedroom, are those rates, rental rates somewhat locked in based on 35% of adjusted income?
That's correct. The development as designed has 8 1-bedroom, 1-bath units. We have 22 2-bedroom, 2-bath units, and 18 3-bedroom, 2-bath units. The square footage of those, to just give you an idea, 1-bedrooms are 705 square feet heated, 2-bedrooms are 967 square feet heated, 3-bedrooms are 1,124 square feet heated. Rents, right now, going from the lowest 1-bedroom unit up to the highest 3-bedroom. And remember, I mentioned earlier in this presentation that this is designed to address individuals in a 30% to 80% area median income for your area. And I mentioned the range of income being about $14,000 to $59,000, let's say. And those are round numbers. But the rents would run anywhere from $394 for your 1-bedroom up to $1,064. $1,064 for the higher income 3-bedroom family.
Thank you, Commissioners. Any other comments or questions? Thank you for that information. At this time, I'm going to go ahead and open it up for public comment. Anyone that would wish to speak to this matter, you're certainly welcome to at this time. Anyone for public comment, if you could, Mr. Whitfield, I know you signed up. If there's anyone else, if you could just stand along the wall, you could stay 6 feet apart if you're lining up. And Mr. Whitfield, you're welcome. Thank you.
Mayor Atkins, Commissioners, I'm Greg Whitfield. I am owner of properties at 2362 Statesville Highway, which if you go back and look at the map where the little loop is in the center of their property, that is corresponding directly with the rock house across the street. Also, have property interests, the property to the north of it at 2348, an interest in the property to the south of it at 2366, and I have family-in-law that have an interest, the Mayhews that have an interest in 2368. So basically the entire west side of the property, which was ignored suspiciously by a young gentleman who just spoke just a minute ago, is also single-family residential housing. Did not realize that there was a requirement when we got a notice in the mailing to actually respond to a developer. I've been practicing law for 30 years. I don't think that I would be throwing myself It's like, kind of like the fox in the hen house type kind of thing. So I want to hear what he has to say, because the burden is on him to show what he deems is appropriate and necessary. Been in this community for a long time. Roger Hyatt, wonderful saying. Wasn't born here, but I got here as soon as I could. And I'm proud to be here. Been here for over 30 years now. Very familiar, obviously, with that parcel of property. Inconsistency is the key word. Still inconsistent, even with what he says. 1.4 acre density, 6.93. 3/4 of the property around his is single family or a church. I would ask you to listen to the wisdom of your planning department and your planning board, who both deemed this to be inconsistent use. It is not consistent with the one Mooresville plan, and it's still not consistent. Commissioner Qualls just asked about the 3 stories. We got 3 stories plus the roof line, so you got a 4-story structure right across the street or right in front and behind property that is single-family residential. I would just ask you to consider that you have a lot of smart individuals that are working in your planning department, spent numerous hours, and on your planning board, who have deemed this unanimously, or excuse me, 6-1 by the planning board, that have deemed this property to not be consistent with the one Mooresville plan. And I would ask that you honor those denials and deny this plan. Thank you. Can't believe I made it within the time.
Good evening. I'd like to thank y'all for all your hard work. I'm Kelly Parker. I own property at 158 Whitman. My son owns property at 203 Goodwin. I've lived there almost all of my life. I've traveled some, been here, I know some of you. And so I'm very familiar with that area and very familiar with all that we encounter in living there. Our road situation, I understand the gentleman wants to fix about 300 foot of it. You saw the pictures earlier that the road itself is not in great condition. Itself has been patched. It's very narrow. There's always problems with people traveling and trying to pass on the street already. 300 foot will not help at all. It will help Whitman Park Baptist Church and it will help their project, but it will not help the traffic that we carry on that road. If you look at the Google map that was up a while ago, you see that we set in a triangle between 150 and 115. We constantly get traffic in the mornings and in the evening that come through our neighborhood trying to miss the light at 150 and 115. The traffic problems that have been created in the evening as the load for Highway 21 has increased that problem more. It's a real hard thing. I know that they're trying to do something with this piece of property, and I understand that. But we've already got over 31 houses there that you could call low income if you want to. At least some of them are. And they've all got, most of them got children, and those children are trying to play in that area. And we already have an extreme amount of traffic for those roads and those streets. Another concern is if you look just to the left of the entrance off of 115 into Goodwin Circle, there to the left is Star Mini Storage. It has in the process now of its 3rd extension. Its water drains off into a creek that starts at Millsap's Pond. It has got so bad lately that it has devastated one homeowner's property and washed out one access to another and had to be repaired at their cost. No one stepped up, even after we talked to the town. And I have pictures of the water exceedingly pouring over their retention ponds. And what concerns me again is that that other side of the property has one creek bed that runs off of it to the right in that area which is commercial. which also feeds the same tributary. And I don't have any idea what they're gonna do with the water off of the pavement and the access that they're gonna make.
Yes, sir, thank you. Appreciate your comments. Is there anyone else that wishes to speak in this matter? You're welcome to at this time. Anyone else? Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and, did you receive any public comment from email? This time I'm gonna close the public hearing, the public comment portion of the public hearing, and invite the applicant for any kind of rebuttal or additional comments or questions for the applicant.
Thank you. To address these very quickly, comment of the first gentleman that the west side was ignored. I had a picture, it's not in here, of from standing on the property about where the drive would be, looking back toward the railroad track and the highway. If you remember on my site plan, there are two very large natural areas that are remaining. We've been asked to leave them alone. You can barely see through those this time of year across the street. I would further question whether maybe at one time those properties were part of the neighborhood, but with it being that with a two-lane highway, a busy highway, and a railroad track dividing it, I question that that's a neighborhood portion. That's my opinion. The comment that, hey, it wasn't required to respond. No, I'm not requiring anybody to respond. I offered to answer questions. In my letter, I stated, I'm giving you this information, and if you have any questions, I'll be happy to respond to you. I'm not in a position to require anybody to respond back to me, so I take issue with that particular comment. With respect to density, even under the neighborhood classification, the upper level of density is 6 units per acre. At 48 units on just over 7 acres, we're at 6 point, I think it's 7, it might be 8. Point of the story is it's not exorbitant, even when compared to the neighborhood standard. With respect to the road and the traffic conditions, it's just the same kind of comments we heard during the planning board session. And it sounds like that there's an existing issue within that area, and having been on those roads quite a few times myself, I would tend to agree. It's not as a responsibility of an incoming developer to take care of the town's roads, but we are willing to take care of the section that we would have responsibility for. And yes, it would help the individuals that are attending the Baptist church there, and it would help the residents of our community as well.
Additional comments or questions for the applicant? Thank you, sir. Thank you. This time, commissioners, any questions, comments for staff? Mr. Compton?
Thank you, Mayor. No, it's just some comments. I think with reading our staff reports, I assume Mr. Green, Danny put this together, Mr. Wilson put it together. It's using the words inconsistent and incompatible. So I've heard that several times during this. Also, how Whitman and Goodwin are not town standards other than what will be improved by the project. So, Mr. Wilson, I assume I'm being correct on those comments.
Yes, sir.
And then, one time several years ago, we started a comprehensive housing strategy, which I assume was incorporated in the One Mooresville plan. And using the words affordable or workhorse, either one, since they're the same, we try to work toward that. However, it's not always what I think, it's how it's going to affect the community, that part of Mooresville. From Oak Ridge Farm Highway all the way over to Statesville Highway. So that's the comments where I have a problem with this, even though I try to look for the affordable workforce part of it. I got to look at the residents that's currently there and the traffic that's currently there and in the future of that part of town. Thank you.
Yes, sir, if I may. So a couple of important notes. First, before you this evening is a multifamily development, not an affordable housing development. The applicant is under no obligations to do affordable housing. The request is for a 48-unit multifamily development. We do not look at price point, we do not set rent rates, we do not require it to be rental versus home ownership. It could be condo, it could be apartments. Before us this evening is 48 multifamily units, 3 stories tall, 6.93 units an acre on this piece of property. There is an inclusionary housing provision in the zoning ordinance that was chosen not to be used. That does require it to be affordable and has contract language between the town and the developer to do affordable housing for a period of affordability that is not used in this case. So before you this evening, I just want to make sure it's clear. the request is for a 48-unit multifamily development. There is no restrictions on, after this evening, for staff to ensure affordability or anything to do with price point. When we're looking at affordable housing, I would say there is a need in the, yes, sir.
No, I was just gonna, if that, can that be a condition that's added to this proposal? Because what you're saying is, you don't, it very well, if it got approved, it could very well move forward and not be held to what was presented. Can the board put a condition on, if it chooses to move forward and approve it, that the condition is tied to what's been presented this evening?
I would say potentially regulating that would be a challenge on the staff side, because affordable means a lot of different things. So, which is why there is an agreement actually drafted using the inclusionary housing section of the zoning ordinance. It lays out what that means, and it's legally binding. So just saying affordable in a meeting this evening would leave the door wide open for what that interpretation is, which may not be what was presented this evening, if that makes sense.
Thank you. Commissioner West?
Thank you, Mayor. So, Mr. Wilson, so taking aside the language affordable, can we condition the language based on our ordinance for inclusionary housing?
So let me address that real quick. The applicant would have to agree to any conditions as to affordability. They have to be voluntarily acknowledged by the applicant. Our ordinance does address inclusionary housing, and from what I understand from Mr. Wilson, this project was not brought forth under that that provision of our ordinance. I can't speak to what the applicant may or may not do as far as affordability, but as the project is presented, it's not affordable. And I will note that our ordinance does prohibit conditions that, relate to ownership status, just rental rates, things like that. But I can't speak to what the applicant wants to do as to affordability on the project. Because that, it's not presented as an affordability project under our town ordinance.
Additional comments, questions for Mr. Wilson, Commissioner Thompson?
So, I'm sorry, applicant, were we misled here? I mean, because several times affordable workforce was mentioned, but that's not what's presented. So were we misled as to what this project is?
I do not believe so, Commissioner. So there's a difference between what we are legally able to enforce and what the applicant would like to do. And they're presenting to you what they would like to do, what they envision their project to be, how they would like to move forward, but we are not legally able to enforce that. So in the event that the project is not developed as an affordable project, they can develop it as a market rate condo for sale.
Thank you.
Additional comments or questions? Thank you for the clarification. Hearing none, the chair will close the public hearing. Chair will entertain a motion. Commissioner Dingler? Commissioner Dingler is making a motion to approve the conditional rezoning request from BTR Communities LLC, and that would include the following conditions. Crawford?
Thank you, Mayor. That would include the conditions of the concept plan approval and also to install a left-hand turn lane from southbound Highway 115 onto Women's Circle, subject to DOT approval and in accordance with DOT requirements.
Commissioner Dingler's made a motion. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Houston. Discussion on the motion. Commissioner Dingler?
There's a lot of ands and ifs about affordable housing and what this project looks like. This board goes out on a limb a lot. I think that's between him and the board, I guess you say, but I'm going in the faith that what I think is about what he's actually doing, and that's as far as I can go. But I constantly hear about affordable housing, but it never fits where it needs to fit. So that's the reason I'm for the motion.
Commissioner Houston?
And I guess my comment is I worked on that project for a long time. And we just had an ordinance the other day, we said one more plan is just a gag. So I guess it's just a gag. I mean, we had an issue, we changed, so it's a gag to me. So a gag is that we got industrial, we got general industrial, we got a railroad track, we got a major highway. We're looking at a school to come, got a gentleman saying that DOT approved, but he can also work with this other developer. We just proved on working on the other end of 115. Somehow, I hope he sticks to some way that he can help get that 115 corridor fixed. But we got to start somewhere, and I feel like I hate putting any burden on anybody else, but we ain't gonna start until we say yes on some of these affordable housing projects. Because nobody's coming forward. The first one really is coming forward when we try to make something affordable. I hope this is what is intended by what we're talking here tonight. But we have to move somewhere, and I mean, it's just a gag. So I think we need to move forward. That's my opinion. I worked hard. I got a lot of friends that don't live here. I mean, a lot of people got renters out there, and I really have a big concern is that nobody was really interested in it. You got 31 homes and nobody but 5 or 6 people, and nobody here tonight to talk about the traffic. I've never really heard, I know it's a cut through, but I never heard so much about traffic systems of the road in that area until tonight. So, I mean, it's just a project we got to move forward or something.
Do some discussion, Mr. Wells?
I tend to agree with some of my fellow commissioners that we've got to have projects that are infill, and that hopefully this will turn out to be an affordable project with tax credits, which Mr. Scanlon was very clear that if he doesn't get the tax credits, it's not moving forward. So, and this plan will be attached to that property that will allow 48 units of whatever attached housing. My challenge with it is that it's 3 stories in an area that is very much 1 story. Will it stay 1 story forever? Probably not, but I would prefer to see this maybe a 2-story, so it had a little bit of a blend in with the area. But I do agree that, we need infill projects. I'd like to see road improvements go from 115 down Whitman Circle to this project instead of just 350 feet that looks like it's gonna be kind of an odd looking situation. We have a 2-lane road and all of a sudden you got 350 feet that has a sidewalk, curb and gutter. I think that's a little interesting, but would have, again, preferred to have seen the improvements from 115 all the way to the site and to the, as long as, the site is, and for it to be 2 stories, but again, we have to have something that starts somewhere. Thanks.
Additional comments or questions, discussion, Commissioner West?
Thanks, Mayor. I echo what every other commissioner says. I can tell you for a fact, is where I sit, I have a neighbor that has 1 child, 2 dogs, living in a 1-bedroom, 1-bathroom apartment, working every day, some evenings, to try to make ends meet. And for that 1-bedroom, 1-bath, she's paying more than what was allocated here for a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, which would fit perfect. So that need is there. And that need is there for teachers, for police officers, for firefighters that want to live here. And I agree with Commissioner Houston and Commissioner Newman. We have to start somewhere, and if we gotta go take it on faith, at least we've made the effort for this. So that's kind of where it's at.
Any other discussion before we take a vote? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? So that's a 5-1 vote, correct? Commissioner Copeland has voted in the negative. So, ladies and gentlemen, the conditional rezoning request has been approved from R2 to residential mixed use with conditions RMXC. With that approval, the chair will entertain a statement of reasonableness and compliance.
Mayor, if I may.
Yes, I'm sorry.
I
Ms.
can
Crawford.
propose a statement of reasonableness for the board's consideration tonight. The zoning amendment is approved and is consistent with the town's Mooresville comprehensive plan and is reasonable in the public interest because the proposed rezoning would provide workforce housing options for the area.
Commissioner, Town Attorney Crawford has offered up a statement of reasonableness for the board to adopt, consider. Would anyone like to consider that statement? Commissioner Dingler is going to go ahead and present that statement of reasonableness and compliance offered up by our Town Attorney, Ms. Crawford. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Houston. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? It's a 5-1 approval of the statement of reasonableness and compliance. So again, the rezoning request of conditions has been approved. With that, Commissioners, if you're good to go, we're 60 minutes in, and we have one more public hearing. Do you need a 5-minute break, or are you good to go? All right, we're going to keep on going. So, Mr. Wilson, we have one more for us tonight. This is a conditional rezoning request from Norma Collinger for properties located at 459 and 461 Faith Road. This time the chair will open up the public hearing. Recognize Mr. Wilson.
Yes, sir. You've seen this project before, and on June 1st, it came before you. So this is a conditional rezoning request at 459 and 461 Faith Road. Go from residential R2 to single-family residential R3 with conditions. This is our order of presentation, as I have an updated report and everything for this project. Again, it's on Faith Road. You can see it's adjacent to R2. Our property is currently zoned R2. It's 33.85 acres. It is currently used for residential use. The One Mooresville plan does designate this as neighborhood residential, which is the orange. The green is some floodway and would remain open space. Neighborhood residential does call for interconnected neighborhoods. Again, if you're familiar with this district, we've been looking at it all evening. But it is a single-family home, detached single-family home, townhome, duplex, triplex, small-scale multifamily. So the plan is oriented sideways from the map you just saw. So this is Faith running down here. This is the green that you saw on the One Mooresville plan. It's the small stream floodway down in this area. The request before you is 77 single-family homes at 2.32 units per acre. The TIA mitigation measures for this project includes left turn lanes on Faith. I think it's easier actually to see. So coming in Faith, turning left into development would have a left turn lane. Continuing down Faith, turning left into development would have another left turn lane. In addition, 110 feet of right of way, 55 from the center line, along their frontage would be reserved in accordance with the town's transportation master plan. Also, assumption of responsibility for other improvements that are planned to be in place prior to this project, but if they are not, then this project will be responsible for them. And those are looking at Faith and 115 intersection. So this project is further to the right or east on Faith Road. So where Faith and 115 intersect, the background mitigation measures that are assumed to be in place prior to this project are turn lanes pretty much for redoing this intersection. And you can see the listing of the different turn lanes here, both north, south, east, and west. Down lanes would have turn lanes included. So if this project moved forward prior to any of that being done, this project will be responsible for those improvements. However, those improvements are planned to occur prior to this project. Staff did recommend approval of this rezoning or conditional rezoning request because it did align with the One Mooresville plan. Planning board also unanimously recommended approval during the May 21st meeting. No one came out against the project at planning board. And again, you saw this on June 1st. The applicant asked to postpone, which you did, until this meeting. The plan you saw on June 1st is the same plan before you this evening. Nothing has changed. To answer any questions about this.
Comments or questions from Mr. Wilson, Commissioners? Would the applicant wish to speak at this time?
Good evening, Jimmy McKnight, I represent Norman Cloninger, Realco Development Corporation. Last month we were here before you, we had the same plan. Attorney Crawford asked if we could guarantee that we would live up to the mitigation measures agreement, which we agreed to do. This plan was designed by ESP Engineering for Mattamy Holmes, who is no longer with us, and so she also asked if we could guarantee we're gonna build this plan. Last month, I was not sure we could do that. Tonight I am, and that's my presentation.
So with that, I'm going to turn to Ms. Crawford just to confirm conditions that you agreed to.
Thank you, Mayor. Just for the record, are you agreeable to the approved site plan and the traffic impact analysis mitigation measures as a condition of approval?
Yes, ma'am, I am.
Thank you.
Any questions for Mr. Miller, Commissioners? Hearing none, thank you. I'm going to open up to the public. Any public comment is welcome at this time. Anyone from the public here is welcome to speak. Hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public comment portion of the public hearing. Look to commissioners. Any other comments or questions for staff or the applicant? Hearing none, the chair will close the public hearing. Chair will entertain a motion. Commissioner West has made a motion to approve the conditional rezoning request from Norman Cloninger for the properties located at 459 and 461, along with the conditions that were agreed to. And Ms. Whittington, Commissioner Whittington has seconded that motion. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries, and the conditional rezoning request has been approved unanimously. And with that, the chair will entertain a statement of reasonableness and compliance. Commissioner West.
Mr. Mayor, the zoning amendment is approved and is consistent with the town's Mooresville's comprehensive plan. And it is reasonable and in the public interest because the Mooresville plan designates the property as neighborhood residential, which encourages single-family detached units as a primary use, and the rezoning request is consistent with the land use plan.
Commissioner West has offered up a statement of reasonableness and compliance. Is there a second to that? Commissioner Whittington has seconded that statement. Discussion. Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And again, the conditional rezoning request has been approved. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Heeman, our town manager, for the town manager's report.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to keep this under 45 minutes.
We'll take a recess.
Appreciate that. I really will make this brief tonight. I know we've had a long evening. Just want to tell you that our case count for COVID is up. I think it was around 35 or 40 cases. But still, if you look, we're lagging behind Statesville area still yet. So up, but not too terrible. There is continued testing that's going on. I just want to make this known to folks that July 7th, there'll be some testing in July 9th in Mooresville at the high school. We had another executive order. I won't go into great detail. We're all wearing masks because of this. I see everybody 6 feet apart out here, which is great. But face masks are required in retail business, restaurant, personal care business, and a whole other list. We're all aware of that. That is in effect till July 17th, and we'll hear from the governor again. Real quickly, some information from departments. We had a lot of calls for service this month. Average turnout time is great, and travel time, response time is a little more than 5 minutes, which is very good. Appreciate that. Police department activities, we were busy. A little increase in overdoses. We did have some auto thefts, and good news, we had some prescription drugs, 127 pounds turned in. Our vacancy numbers in the department are down. We're starting to fill positions. There were 2 more that were in orientation this morning for new employees, so we keep making improvements with that. The emergency repairs of the water line off Bluefield is nearly complete. We did put in 59 cameras and police cars, thanks to Fleet Services for that. And they also did their a blood drive, and we had 41 units donated. We decided to call this one cans and meters, because we do measure with that. We had 60 new can deliveries and 66 water meter connections in June, and that was actually up a little bit from the previous month. So a very busy month for us. We've got a number of vacancies. Encourage folks that are looking for a job to look it up through our vacancies. They're all on the website. Busy time at Parks and Rec. 80 children for week 1 of summer camp, and we did have some that we were able to assist with camp. Farmers Market is open, and 5,437 rounds of golf. It makes me tired just saying that. It's a lot of golf. I was shocked at this one. I knew people liked Danny, but I didn't know they liked him this much. 108 applicants for that new planner position. Everybody wants to work for you, Danny. I didn't have nearly that many applicants for the assistant town manager job, by the way. Still working on the UDO. The library opened its doors to the public. We're still not letting people go through the stacks. You can pick up books though. And circulation numbers, look at that 394% increase in the NC Kids digital library, which is great. So we've got a summer reading theme there, and we are fine free as of July 1st. TI is working on governance policy and still waiting on 4 smart lights to be installed. A really quick update from Tri-Stone. I know the mayor and Commissioner West went out there very plastic and met, so we've got 2 noise issues going on. The one at Tri-Stone, they do have some additional autoclaves that are coming online, so there'll be some testing out there. There was an email sent to all the neighbors to let them know that they will hear an occasional noise out there as those come online, and they will eventually get suppressors on those, but they're just getting them set up right now. They will be stopping that testing, as it says, at 5 p.m. Text My Gov is up, so we'll keep encouraging folks to find that and use that. And I'd be happy to take questions.
Any comments or questions for Mr. Heeman? Mr. Paulson?
Just want to say thank you to Mr. Wilson again, you for the much improved planning, public meeting signs. I did notice those out. They are real signs now. They're not the flappy things that you can't read. Now the font is still a little small, but you can at least stand straight up. So thank you for that.
Well, all the thanks goes to Mr. Wilson. He designed those with his staff. So.
Any other comments or questions for Mr. Heeman? Thank you, Mr. Heeman. With that, Commissioners, there is no new business to consider this evening. So we will be going into closed session under consultant attorney under GS 143-318.11A3 regarding tax Stafford LLC versus Town of Mooresville. Also discussing economic development under GS 143-318.11A4. And finally, personnel under GS 143-318.11A6. With that, Chair will entertain a motion to go into closed session. Commissioner Coppins made the motion. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Dingler. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? We'll now go into closed session. Commissioners, we'll go ahead and call the meeting back to order. This time the chair will entertain a motion to adjourn.
Mayor on the board, have any questions? Do they have any questions? If we don't have any questions, I'll make a motion to adjourn. And by the way, I'm the only one of our appointment committee to bring my book, as Jim requested. Anybody ready to throw my right hands? Okay, all right.
So Commissioner Thompson's made a motion to adjourn to a second. Second by Commissioner Big, all those in favor say aye.